What's up, guys? How are you? How was your week? How was your day? Oh, that's cool. Look, you can see the thing. I'm just giggling about that. You can see my ring light through my glasses, but only if I turn it like magic. Or maybe you're seeing through my ears, or maybe you're seeing through. Come on, that's funny. Come on, that's funny. What's up? It's been a while. I was gonna try to have everything set up. My computer decided it does not want to connect to the new internet. So on the phone it is. How are you guys? I have missed you. It's gonna be loud. All right, so let's see here. But this doesn't tell me who is on my list for today. All right. Miss Amy is first. Okay. Miss Amy is first. So we're trying to figure everything out. How are you? How was your weekend? All right. So I am going to do this. There we go. Now then, Amy is first. And because I'm not live on YouTube and TikTok, I will get these downloaded as soon as I get everything fixed with Linda. For those of you guys that have not been following me very long, Linda is my computer. Linda probably needs a very long time out at this point. I think that is what I am going to get myself for Christmas, is a new thing. We're not going to say it out loud because we don't want Linda to get upset. She'll get upset anyway. But it is what it is. All right. So even though the portal is not until Tuesday, today and tomorrow will be pre-portal reads. This is a way for you to get a read for the 999 portal. And because those sold out like that, my whole list for 999 for reads for that day is sold out. This is a way for you to get on my list before. Does that make sense? Let's see here. This goes through your last 9-year cycle to see what it is that has been either causing you problems, blessings, etc. It's not just to clear out karmically what's up. It's not just to tell you bad things or whatever. Because a lot of you guys are going to hear some things that are going to be really, really good. And you're going to say, well, I didn't even look at it that way. I didn't realize and look at it that way. So I want you to keep that in mind. But Amy is first. There are still tickets left for today, just so you guys know. So let's get into it. Yes? Yes, the answer is yes. I am going to scoot you guys back slightly. Hold on. So you can kind of see what's going on right there. All right. And in between reads, I will happily answer a few questions. I feel like that's a thing. Okay. going to be upside down. All right. So first, you have the Queen of Shadows, which is wrath and instability and suspicion, and Anubis, which is preservation, neutrality, and obligation, along with get curious, grounding, and finding love. All right. We're going to talk about this first. I think, Amy, that when you look back over your last 9 years, over this last 9-year cycle, I think that yours has been a little different in that there have been some really, really extreme highs and only a few extreme lows. But the problem is that those extreme lows have really pinged this in there. Those extreme lows have eroded your confidence in yourself, in other people, in the world. It's just eroded a lot of stuff that you have always prided yourself as having. When it comes to the get curious and the grounding, I think that these last 9 years have also opened you up in a tremendous way. Not just, everybody changes. We all change, we all grow, we all shift, we all have backslides, and we grow again, right? Yours has been a little different in that because of a lot of these issues with, I really think there's only been like 3 or 4 of these massive down times, down slides, whatever you want to call them, the down. That is what has changed you the most, because every time one of these things has happened, it has shifted you so far somewhere else, somewhere you never thought you would be. There we go. There's the right word. Somewhere that you never thought you would be. So the get curious is not just, I'm getting older. What do I do spiritually? What do I do with job? What do I do with my house? Or it's not just the normal curiosity. It is you really turning a lot of that inwards and looking at why you continue to be neutral, why you continue to take on these obligations, why you continue to be very suspicious of some people. And I think that your path over the last 9 years, Amy, has been a lot different than so many other people. We all feel like that, but when you lay down a whole bunch of things, everybody loses people. Everybody has job changes. Everybody moves. Everybody, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that everybody just, it's a big thing, but it's also normal. Your big, massive things, these 4 big things over the last 9 years, have caused you to fall in love with areas of life that have never, ever been your jam, basically. They've caused you to fall in love with silence. It's caused you to fall in love with, I don't want to say alone time, because that's not quite right. A private part of Amy. It's also allowed you to fall in love with, I'm going to say telling people no, but I think it's also telling people off. Genie the Maid, which is humility, disillusionment, and the Champion. The Alchemist, the Pillar, and Learn the Truth. Okay. It's funny, as I was finishing kind of talking about this and starting to flip these over, all I can hear in my head is the word jail. I see the bars. Do I think you've been to jail? No. Do I think you've been to jail? No. It's just some big issue with someone very close to you that it's been a thing. And because of it, you've had to look at a lot of people in a different way. The eternal servitor, which is hope and completeness and yearning. And then Hades, which is equality, wisdom, inevitability. Then you have speak the truth upside down, which is funny because you have learn the truth right here. No, but you know what I mean. Okay. And then you have happiness. Okay. So I think that this 9-year cycle for you has been a hard but needed karmic cycle. When we're talking about this and we're talking about, the bars and so on. And I mean like actual bars, not going out drinking. You are that person that you're going to do everything for everybody. The pillar, Anubis, Hades, all of those cards represent you, who you are at your core. You are always going to be the one that is the pillar for everybody. You are always going to be the one that makes things happen. You are always going to be the one that takes care of everything. So for you to start having to question your own self about, why do I feel this way about this person when I don't know this person? And then, okay, well, they ping this trigger in me because of this person, or they have all of these traits that this person has. You've started really questioning your own self on, does this person really have my best interest in mind? Because now all I can do is think about this person over here and how I can never be friends with them or work with them or whatever because of this. That instability, I don't think it's wrath. It's suspicion. It's instability. The instability is in here with you. The suspicion is in here with you because you're finding out that this grounding that you went through was more of a hold back than you realize. You continue to make everything happen for everyone else. And the thing is, even though, I'm sure some readers would say, well, you need to learn the truth about, I don't think that is the case with you at all. I think that with you, there's no way that you could cut off the people that you love, the people that you care about. There is absolutely no way that you could say, you know what, I'm not ever going to help you anymore with this. Or, I'm going to be the pillar for everybody over here, but not for you anymore. Like, there's just no way. You're never going to be that person that is able to absolutely cut off the people that you care about. Even if they do something absolutely horrendous. I mean, you may not go all out of your way anymore, but it's going to be I still do love you. Like, you're a piece of shit, but I still love you, And I think that in learning the truth about you and about who you are, and that you will always be the pillar, you will always be the supporter, you will always be this champion up here that's very humble, that's very calm, that's very neutral, that tries to stay as in the middle as possible. In learning that about yourself, I think that it's helping to take away a lot of this instability that was in here and a lot of this suspicion. I want to talk about this over here specifically because the hope and incompleteness and yearning and the wisdom and inevitability, the speak the truth card coming out upside down. And what I love is, I don't know if you saw when I was shuffling, but this card flung out and then spun itself around. A lot of people say that they're not going to get involved in drama. A lot of people say that they don't like drama, they don't want to deal with it, they whatever. You don't say it because you do it. You have been taking this shift from really learning who Amy is at the core of Amy. And what's funny is, before I finish that sentence, I feel like you don't feel like just Amy anymore. I feel like you feel the need to name yourself something else. Like, you don't feel like you should go by just Amy anymore. And I don't mean it like just Amy. It's an interesting thing when you go through this serious of a shift of identity. And I think that this right here has really happened in the last 3 years. Has really been in the last 3 years. You have started to go through this shift. And it's been little things, but you don't realize it until it's a big thing. When you start to go through a shift where you no longer feel like the you that you were born as, does that make sense? The you that you have always been. And it's not one big massive thing that shifts you. You've changed so much you feel like a totally different person. So you understand exactly what I'm saying. When you go through this huge change, right? And you feel different, that's one thing. But when it's so many things and it starts to just make this change roll like water, you don't realize how far down the river you've gone until you're in another state, you're in another country. You know what I mean? Like, until you're completely, you thought you had just gone like 10 feet down the river, but you're in a whole different city. It's that kind of change. And I think that this has been weighing on you. And I said weighing on purpose, because it's not, oh, I've just been thinking about it. It feels like it's right here, but it doesn't feel like a heavy weight. It's almost like, a cloak. And you've been embracing it. It's like the old you has died. It's weird. This over here, the Eternal Servitor and Hades, talks about wisdom. It talks about hope. It talks about inevitability. It talks about always wanting to do something better. I'm not super worried about the incompleteness, because I think that with you, the incompleteness is comfort, if that makes sense. The Speak the Truth card being upside down, the fact that it flung its own self upside down, is interesting to me. I think that you have learned so much with these shifts and changes in the last 3 years, that instead of being this Amy over here that was happy to speak out, I don't want to say speak out because that's not the right word, that was happy to talk to anybody, that was happy to look at family relationships, family dynamics, or friendships, or work relationships, or whatever. The Amy that was happy to engage in a lot of idle chit chat and heavy topics, that Amy has decided, I don't have time for this. Which is why the Speak the Truth card is upside down. I think that whatever this is that I kept seeing with the bars and with jail and so on, the word jail, whatever it was I was seeing with that, has made it to where you realize that there is a lot of you that people don't need anymore. There's a lot of you that people are no longer, they don't get this freedom of access anymore. And I don't mean that this is just, oh, you know what, you screwed me over and I'm not gonna, loan you money or anything anymore. This is a complete shift. This is a complete shift and a complete change in the person that fixed everything for everybody all the time. You're still gonna fix everything for everybody because it's who you are. It's who you are. But you have learned that speaking the truth is not. Some of you guys, when I say this, you're going to be like, wait, what? And I want you to just hear me out. Okay, this is for Amy, but I want you to just hear me out. Sometimes speaking the truth is not the right thing. Sometimes speaking at all is not the right thing. Sometimes just sitting back and not worrying about everybody else and what they're going to think about what comes out of your mouth is where happiness is. Amy's is a little different in that instead of stressing to learn the truth about everybody and stressing to tell everybody your truth and so on, Amy has gotten to a point where she's taking her own truth and preserving it. She's taking her own truth, all of these things that she's been learning about herself over this 9-year cycle. She's taking all of these things and she's really hardcore paying attention to who gets access to that. To who gets access to that. I think that over, I'm going to say the last 3 weeks specifically, but over the last few months, you have gotten more and more peaceful, more and more happy, and more calm. And I think that as you have gotten that, and as you have woke up and realized, you know what, I'm actually happy not knowing about that. I'm happy not knowing about that. I'm happy not knowing about that. As you have realized that there's a lot of things that when you cut off access from certain people, you get calmer, you get happier, your anxiety isn't as high, etc. And I would bet that people have a problem with that because being the pillar and being the one that has always done everything for everybody, people don't understand, even though they're going to tell you repeatedly, you know, you should do what's right for you. And when you do what's right for you, if it's not what's also right for them, they're going to get pissed. So I think that you've had a lot of people that have gotten mad about that. And they don't understand why, you know, you haven't called to tell them about all of this stuff. You don't need to know everything about everybody. Not my circus. Your sister gets mad. Interesting. I think that you're heading into a brand new cycle. Whatever happened. Why do I keep getting 3 weeks? 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks. Whatever happened 3 weeks ago, Amy, that was the end of this 9-year cycle. 3 weeks ago was the end of whatever this 9-year cycle is. This is what you're moving into. Union. Protection. Reclaim. My advice, Amy, is going to be this. Because your upcoming, the 9-year cycle that you just started about 3 weeks ago is not going to be anywhere close to this last 9-year cycle that you've had. In this upcoming cycle, you paying attention to you more is going to be a lot more happiness for you. You paying attention to the people that make let me take that word make back. The people that allow you to grow and be who it is that you need to be, the people that freely give you love and support and happiness, and you know, give it to them in return, that union, I think that you're headed into an amazing, amazing cycle. I think that this reclaiming of you is going to involve either you going by a different name, or I think it's going to involve a big change like that. I do. I think it's going to involve a big change like that, because this is not something little. I think that this weekend, I think that tomorrow, I think that this next week, you're going to feel these different shifts energetically and spiritually in a way you never have before. Whatever the hell it was that happened 3 weeks ago was very, very deep and very important. And you have felt like someone turned a light switch on and another light switch off with you. You don't feel the same. You're never going to feel the same. I want to point out the protection card, because I think that in the beginning of this past 9-year cycle, you felt like you were exposed. You felt like you were just out in the elements sitting there. You felt like everybody could see everything and you had no way of getting in and out of the storm. You went through all of that bullshit that made me pull up the word jail and the bars and stuff. You went through all of that to gain this protection coming up. It's almost like you had this intense trial by fire that was a very, very long trial by fire. And now the universe is like, I got you. I got you. I got you. I would not be surprised, Amy, if within the next 3 to 4 weeks, you start looking around and realizing all of the serendipity of all of the moments over the last 9 years. It's going to get very overwhelming. It's going to make you really happy at times, and then make you like burst out into tears at other times. But this is going to be such a unique look back at all of the serendipity that has brought you to the point you're in now. Expect for the universe to bring people back around to show you, man, I'm glad I don't work with that person anymore, or I'm glad I'm not friends with that person anymore, or I'm just saying. The universe is going to show you exactly why you took the time to break apart from all those other people. And I want you to know that this has nothing to do with kiddos, has nothing to do with your significant other. This is all just with you, period. I think that this 9-year cycle coming up is it's almost like you are the torchbearer to help them on their journey. Because remember when I said that you will always be the pillar and you will always be the one that does everything for everybody. Does that make sense? You get it. You completely understand. I mean, I'm not saying that, the significant other and the kids haven't been, forefront of your mind, but this is different. This is different. I think also that going into all of this, it's funny with all of these different cards, you see a lot. And I spoke very vaguely on yours on purpose because yours was a little heavier. It's almost like it like somebody dropped a bowling ball in the river. And as the waves are rushing over the bowling ball is still sinking, even though the waves are, you know what I mean, rushing over. But now the waves have pounded that bowling ball until it's this gorgeous little gem that's floating back up. That gem is what's going to guide all the other bowling balls. Does that make sense? And I saw someone mention my hand. This is my left hand. All right, let me see who is next. You're welcome so much. You're welcome so much. I hate trying to do this on my computer. Or on my... All right, that one is for tomorrow. Fran is for today. All right. For those of you guys, there's Fran. I thought you saw you. For those of you guys that are new to watching me, we only have a few rules in here. Not that I see anybody doing it, so please don't think that. But I know I've got some mods in here. We don't talk about other creators in here, especially in a negative light. I do not care about drama, anything else. We don't talk about politics in here. These are the things that will get you immediately muted and or blocked. We do not talk about politics in here. Really, Fran? Really, Fran? Okay. We also don't co-read. Co-reading basically tells me that I don't know what I'm doing. I don't take that very lightly because I've been doing this a very long time. And don't be a creep, because even creeps don't like creeps. Because even creeps don't like creeps. Ooh, my nose is itching. Somebody is talking about me. Woo! Somebody's talking about me. Ready, Fran? You have some interesting cards that have fallen out. I picked those up exactly the way they fell. We're going to make sure we leave this one over here exactly the way it fell. You have Arthur, which is championship, nobility, and self-realization. You have the Sage. You have concealment. And you have blessed day. You lost a teacher. Okay. You were going really hardcore down one path. Felt like that was exactly the path you were supposed to be on. Nothing was ever going to change it. No matter what came along, that was the path. And then you lost a teacher. And I don't know if this was an actual teacher, you know, somebody that was teaching you in school. This was somebody that was teaching you at work. Like, I don't know what it is, but, and this is actually a death in your life. This is not, they just quit teaching. This is like you lost someone that was super, super heavy to where you were going. So like, I'm going to equate this to if you're watching a creek, you know what I mean? Like a little creek, the water's flowing through the creek. And there's a stone in the middle. The water is going to go around this stone, right? Water is going to go around the stone. And it'll come back together. But if there's an actual big piece of land in the middle and it splits the stream like this, and that creek ends up into two creeks and it never comes back together, you felt like at the beginning of this 9 years, you felt like no matter what happened, everything would be back to normal. No matter what happened, you would always come back, you know, the water would always come back together until it didn't. And I think when it didn't, that for you was one of those moments where you suddenly looked back as you're rolling down the creek and felt kind of lost because you didn't really know you didn't know what had happened. Then you have Thanatos, which is completion, support, and expediency. The Prince, which is sorrow, lost valor, and serendipity. And then all these cards that fell out. Release, soul work, and love upside down. Financial security. You have gone through some really intensive, hard shit. You have been one of those people over the last 6 years specifically. I'm going to say this right here was that first 2.5 to 3 years. And then right about that 3-year mark is when you lost this person. And then you literally just were lost for a minute. You were lost, kind of found yourself on down the river and realized the river wasn't going to come back together. That's what this lost valor is. I think that middle 3-year period of this last 9 year, this karmic cycle, you went through a phase where it was like you just didn't care about anything. You didn't care because you were like, well, this is what I was going to do. And now that I can't do that, now that the river, the creek is not coming back together, I'm way the hell over here. This is where I'm going now. You went through a time where, and I think that this was a longer period of time. It wasn't just a few days or a week. It was a longer period of time, probably months, if not almost a year and a half, where you just kind of were just floating, just trying to bob and keep your head above water, where you didn't want to completely let go because you knew that there were people that would miss you. You knew that there were people that you just didn't want to completely let go. But at the same time, you were just going through the motions of everything, just going through the motions. And in just going through the motions, you forgot. No, let me back up. Let me talk about this first. In just going through the motions, you were pushing away people that you loved, that loved you, etc. You just were retreating into, let me just work. Let me just do this. Let me just do that. Like you let just the logic brain take over and you were completely forgetting about anything else that had to do with emotions or love or the heart or anything. You just cut it off. It did two things for you. It allowed you to take a step back from this sorrow and move forward without a lot of emotions. It allowed you to do a bunch of hard work on you, do a bunch of hard work as far as, your self went, as far as your house, your finances, like the logical things, house, finances, cars, like all of that stuff. It allowed you to do a lot of things in that aspect. But I think towards the end of that middle 3 years, I think probably about, I'm going to say about 4 years ago, 3.5, 4 years ago, you had this moment of just intense release. And I think that this lasted for like just a day or two. It wasn't even very long. But I bet if you think about it, you can remember all of those feelings that welled up. It was just like suddenly anything that had been sitting on your shoulders slid off. You can look at it in the floor, but it just slid right off. And I think that it's almost like you woke up the next morning a completely different Fran. No longer were you this person or this person that had been working so hard. You suddenly felt more than you ever expected to. You expected to be more with this when you kept thinking the water was always going to come back together. But it's like you found yourself on this life raft that you then turned into a yacht. And then you woke up one morning and realized that you had saved yourself. That is NYX, Secrets, Diligence, and Subterfuge, Get Wild, and Confidence. And I find it interesting that the B has come up twice in 2 different decks for you. I think that now that the end of this phase is happening, I think that you're kind of towards the end of this 9-year karmic cycle. I think that where Amy's ended about 3 weeks ago, I think that yours is going to end in about 3 weeks or so, or 4. We're going to say 4. Fran, these next few weeks are all about you enjoying this dark, divine, feminine confidence, this dark, divine, almost divine, feminine villain era. This is an amazing, amazing time for you. I think that now until probably the 1st of November, you're going to go through an intense physical transformation. And I don't think that it's something you're planning, and I don't think you should plan it. I think that it's something that it's just going to kind of start happening. You're going to wake up one day and be like, I really want to cut my hair, or I really want to color my hair, or I really want to do this or this or this. I think you're going to go through such a transformation in the next 3 to 4 weeks that some people are going to wonder if you're okay. And some people are going to wonder, what happened, why you're going so far out there with things. It has nothing to do with you having some psychological issues or anything like that. It has everything to do with this, with you realizing that you found yourself on a life raft and you turned that into a yacht, that you effectively saved yourself. Fran, I think that these next few weeks before you start this next 9-year karmic cycle, Miss Ma'am, go enjoy them. Go enjoy every single minute of them, because these cards right here, I'm a little jealous. I'm a little jealous. In other words, all of this hard crap, all of the lost feeling, all of the, I don't need love, I don't need friends, I don't need anybody, all of that kind of thing, you have moved out of. you have completely moved out of. And now is a time for, I'm going to show you this card on purpose because I feel like Nyx is going to be a goddess that you should take a look at what she embodies. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Does that make sense, Fran? Good. Sometimes we work so hard building the yacht that we forget that we built the yacht. And I think that you have forgotten that you built the yacht. It's time to enjoy it. I gotta fix my pillows I'm sitting on. So I don't have my computer chair, so I'm getting to sit in like one of my favorite comfy chairs, but the problem is that it's way lower than my desk. So we were making the joke that I needed to sit on some phone books because it made my desk come like to here. So there's that. You're welcome very much. And I'm glad I got to read for you today. I'm glad I got to read for you today. Josh is next. I saw somebody was asking about class this morning. As you guys notice, I'm somewhere different. I've been moving over this last week. Full disclosure, it has sucked. Moving always sucks, but having kidney issues, a kidney stone has really, really not been fun. Has really, really not been fun. So it's been a lot. That's why I've missed you guys the last few nights is I was trying to get everything done. So yeah. I like that Josh is like very straightforward. Everybody else has had like a couple of cards and this one's upside down and that one's whopper jawed and I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. We're going to leave that one exactly like that. Yeah, that one was. And of course, you needed 3. No, it's not that deck. It is this deck again. Okay, then. That is a lot. And I don't think that's okay. So I'm going to say this, Josh. Whatever it is that's on your mind to start, just do it. Just jump. Just do it. Whatever it is, that's 2 cards out of the same deck that flung and landed in the exact. So the desk that I have, I'll have to give you guys a tour of the office when I get it set back up. The desk that I have is like it's a clawfoot desk. And so both of these cards landed right at the edge of the claw, like that. Like they went like that. Just do it. Whatever it is that you, before I ever turn any of these over, whatever it is that you have been thinking about doing, just do it. Just grab it and do it. So the feet on this desk are like griffin feet. Does that make sense? The griffin's a very powerful animal. Very, very powerful animal. So, all right. Ready? All right. You have Abraham, which is truth, justice, and duty. And then 3 cards. The Observer. trust, and dare to dream upside down. Before I turn anything else over, I understand why I said what I said to you. I understand why I said, take the opportunity, jump, do it, because you have been programmed over the last 9 years to fall in line. You have been programmed over the last 9 years to just trust that everybody around you was doing everything in your highest good, that everybody around you was just doing, they just had your best interest in mind. You basically have been told to sit back and observe and just trust that they're doing the right thing for you. And you were told that the things you wanted to do, the dreams that you had, the things that Josh wanted to be, either were out of reach, non-existent, or stop thinking about it. Stop worrying about it. Finding love. Sacred sexuality and surrender. Okay. Before I say anything else about those two cards, Josh, do you understand what that means? Finding love, sacred sexuality, and surrender. I don't want to ask personal questions on here, but do you understand those? Yep, sure do. Okay. I figured you probably did. I just didn't want to like... Okay. I think that with this last cycle, with this karmic cycle, I would bet that five seems to be a big number for you, because that keeps sticking in my head that for 5 years out of this last 9-year cycle, you have been in this, where you just had to trust that someone was doing the right thing for you, that your dreams didn't really matter, that, you know, that you needed to have this dream, not the dream Josh actually wanted to have. And that what's funny too is the sacred sexuality and surrender were the ones that I drew after I had drawn all of these. And it is about to turn 555. Okay, that's funny. So you had to keep a lot of things secret. You had to sit back and just let somebody else make decisions and trust that they were the right decisions, and they weren't. You have Abaddon, which is pestilence, corruption, and malice. You have major trust issues, don't you? Take risk. Happiness. Ancestors. So about 4 years ago, you had a moment where you took charge of everything. Am I right? You had a moment where you were sick and tired of letting someone else make decisions for you. You were sick and tired of just watching everybody else get to do all of these amazing, fabulous things or live their life the way they wanted to live it. You were so sick of it that you finally one day you just had that break. You just had that break where you were like, you know what? I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I would bet you walked away from almost everybody you knew. Spot on, 4 years on the dot. I would bet you walked away from almost everyone you knew. And I would bet that they called you evil. They accused you of being on drugs or whatever. They accused you, whatever it was. They accused you of all of this other shit because you said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. You took that risk. And even though you started to question your own self and your own sanity, like, did I make the right decision? You know, I mean, everybody that makes a big decision, that takes a big risk like that, has those moments where you're laying in bed like, did I really make the right decision? Did I fuck up? I know you've had those nights, but immediately in your head, you've had that, yes, I made the right decision. No, I didn't fuck up, because me, Josh, right now, I'm happy. I'm happy, and I'm on the path. I have no idea where this path is going, but I'm on the path. I love that the Ancestors card came up, and this was the one I drew after all of these other cards. And it's after your happiness card. I have a feeling you found out something completely, I want to say, different and shocking at the same time about your family line. Am I right? I love all the 100%. Thank you. Am I right? You found out something completely out of left field and shocking as fuck about your ancestors. Am I correct with that? Not yet. Okay. Well, then we'll table that for just a minute. We'll table that for just a minute. The Thinker, the Father of Knowledge. This is one of the ones that flung out. Actually, so was that Ancestors card. And this is the Self-Love card, and it fell out sideways, and I picked it up that way. The Thinker is knowledge, instruction, and reinvention. I felt like I needed to point the reinvention out. Come on, I just want y'all to play nice together. That's it. Union. Oh, that's 4 cards. All right, then. Protection, grounding, and safe travel. Okay. Are you thinking about, I'm going to say it this way on purpose. Are you thinking about leaving the country? And I don't mean to live. I mean, whether it's vacation or whatever, but you're thinking about going somewhere that is not in the United States. Am I right? You fly to Greece in 4 weeks for a 2-week vacation. Are you going by yourself? By the way, I'm severely jealous. I just want you to know. Okay. I love that you're going by yourself. I think that's cool. I think that's wicked as fuck. And yeah. Greece is on my list. I would love to go to Greece. The reinvention keeps sticking out in my field of view up here. The self-love being sideways. I think that when you took this risk and you told everybody to fuck off, I think that the reason that the self-love card is kind of sideways, either you've been stressing about, are you doing enough for you, or are you doing too much? And I think that doesn't matter. I think that doesn't matter. Because you, as Josh, have perfected what self-love is for you over the last 4 years. It's why you had so many people accuse you of all this crazy shit, because you have perfected your own self-love, what self-love means to Josh. The reinvention, union, protection, grounding, safe travel. I think that, and it may be on the airplane, it may be in Greece, it may be sitting on the beach, it may be in a delicious pastry or whatever. I don't know. There is going to be something, one moment, one single little teeny tiny moment that is going to make you pause and look around. And I think in that moment, you're no longer going to have any part of this Josh left. The Josh from 4 years ago and beyond. I think that you're no longer going to have any part of that Josh left. And here's the thing. When this happens, you're going to have this rush and this like amazement of let's go for this reinvention. But I want to remind you that you need to make sure you take a little bit of time to grieve. Just saying. Take a little bit of time to grieve this part of you. I would recommend that when you head off on this vacation, that you take something with you to leave there. Whether it's a bead, a trinket, a ring, a necklace, I don't know. Take something physical as an offering to leave it there. Because wherever it is that you're going to find yourself, and I don't think there's a lot of wings in this. I just want you to know. I don't think that this is going to be a planned excursion or stop or whatever. This is just going to be some amazing little teeny tiny place that you find yourself in. And that's where the reinvention is going to really just smack you full on in the head. I wouldn't be surprised if you decide to stay longer or if you decide to just not come back. I also would not be surprised if you find your people while you're there. I would not be surprised if this ancestor card pops up repeatedly, whether it's in you come across somebody that has the same name as your grandpa or your grandma or whatever. I think that this particular vacation is going to be a complete shift, timeline shift. I think that your 9-year cycle is up. This last 9 years, I think that it's been up. I think that you're starting to roll into this next 9-year cycle now. And I think that it'll kind of full on be in motion before you ever step foot on that plane to go. You've already been feeling the same. I want to talk about the union card for just a minute. I don't so much feel like you're going to meet the love of your life in Greece or something like that. I'm not saying that you won't, but I don't think that's what this refers to. I think what this refers to is a union of how you've been feeling going into this new karmic cycle and how you are. And I think that right now in your brain, how you are and how you've been feeling, that undercurrent of just how magical Josh is and who Josh is are actually going to meet up. I think that's what this union is. And I think when that happens, that's the moment that reinvention is going to happen. Does that make sense, Josh? I saw your little crying emoji, so I assume that makes sense to you. And you know you're going to have to post some pictures and tag us all. Tag me, at least. I'm going to be selfish. Tag me in the Greece pictures. Because it's going to be a bit before I get to go on vacation. Is that what you needed to hear? And I asked it that way on purpose because I feel like it's not what you expected to hear, and I feel like it is also confirmation. Am I right? It was absolutely what you needed to hear. Okay, good. Good. I hate the puzzle piece thing. All right. Miranda is next. No boba today. No boba today. Aw. You are absolutely welcome, Josh, honey. Absolutely welcome. No, if y'all were looking out my office doors right there at the massive amount of shit and boxes that are piled right there, it's a lot. It's so much. It's so funny. Years ago, 2018, that long ago, I had a moment where I was kicking myself because I didn't trust my gut on something. Somebody needs to hear this, so we're going to talk about it. I had a moment where I didn't trust my gut on something, and I regretted it. I regretted it. And from that moment, I decided that I would always trust my gut. And if my gut said to do something, I was going to do it. Sometimes I do stupid shit, and I don't know why. And then later, I realized that said stupid shit needed to be done for something else. For example, here's one of the stupid shit things that I did. I was standing in a pharmacy by my house in 2023. I'm standing in a pharmacy by my house, and I am really pissed because they don't have my diabetic medication. And, I'm just trying not to be angry. I'm like, it's not this clerk's fault that they don't have the medication. It's not like she ordered it, and I'm a fidgety person when I'm mad. So I start fidgeting with these lip balms on the counter. And I realized that they're called chicken shit. I thought that was funny. And I realized that they're in a big chicken, and you have to pull it out of its butt. And it's chicken shit. So I don't need lip balm. I don't need it. I probably have 900 chapsticks that I have found while I'm moving. I make my own spell-speaking lip balm. I don't need it. But I bought 3 of them. My kid was even like, why did you buy 3 of them? She was like, I don't want one. And I said, good, because they're not for you. And I went home. Right? Well, about 3 weeks later, I had to go to Texas Frightmare, and I was at that convention, right? And so I know that I'm going to get to see a couple of my actress friends that I haven't seen in a long time. I'm really excited about it. And as I'm walking out the door, I literally was in the car and almost halfway down the block, and my gut was like, go get your chicken shit. So I drove all the way back and I got the chicken shit. And I'm like, this is stupid. I'm not even going to use it. I kept it in my pocket. The 5-hour drive down there. I kept it in my pocket the whole time I was setting up. I kept all 3 of these bitches in my pocket. Never opened a single one. And all of a sudden, as I'm finishing setting up, I hear my name squealed from down the thing. And my friend Sarah comes running up. Sarah is from England, and she's awesome. I adore herself. And her, well, now fiance is the current Michael Myers, James Jude Courtney. And I haven't seen them in a long time. We're squealing and hugging each other and so on. And I said, I have something for you. And she's like, what? And I pull a piece of chicken shit out of my pocket. Now, mind you, this is the chapstick chicken shit stuff, right? And I hold it out like this. And she looked at me and her whole face got surprised. And James is behind her and she does this and she grabs him and she pulls him over. And she was like, look at that. And she grabs it and she says, look at this. And he starts laughing. And I'm like, it's pretty funny. Like, I thought the chicken shit thing was pretty funny, right? She said, how did you know I needed this? And I said, what do you mean? She said, how did you know I needed this? And I was like, I mean, because I'm magic. You know, I like made a joke about it. And James looked at me and he said, we just got back from Colorado from skiing for a week. And he said, both of our lips are so chapped and everywhere we've stopped has not had chapstick, Carmex, any of that. So I pull a second chicken shit out of my pocket and hand it to James. The moral of that entire story, aside from being funny, was that when you trust your gut, magic will happen. You may not understand in the moment why you just did the stupid shit that you did. You may not understand in the moment why your gut told you to do this or that or this or that. But when you realize that you are magic, it's a pretty powerful feeling. Trusting your gut and really paying attention to your intuition. We talk about it all the time. But when you really start living it, you feel crazy. You feel crazy. But your life becomes so much easier and so much better. Somebody needed to hear that. So there was a whole other reason that I was going to talk about intuition. Just saying. All right, Miranda. Ready? I saw somebody ask if TikTok will stay around, and I want to answer that real quick. Yes. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think that it's a ploy, and I think that it's something to keep everybody on pins and needles and to be the hero when someone is needed to be the hero. I don't think that it's going anywhere. Do I think that it might change fundamentally? Yes. But I don't think that it will change in the next 2 weeks like everybody is screaming that it will. And I don't think that everybody has to shift to some other app. I don't think any of that is a thing. I have lived on this earth for far too long, and I have seen the patterns and I have seen all of it, and I don't think it's going anywhere. This is for you, my dear Miss Miranda M. All right. The maestro, the master of inspiration, understanding, community, and ingenuity. And before I even flip anything else over, you are one of those creative, crazy people that does all the Pinterest shit that looks better than on Pinterest. Am I right, Miranda? Am I right? You come up with all these crazy good ideas, and I also have a feeling that people steal your ideas or have stolen your ideas a lot. Then you have movement and reclaim. Growth of energy. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm going to turn these over as well. Caretaker of the lost, assistance, memory, and respite, the wildling, and change. And I find it interesting that both of those have the same flower of life on them. I would bet that you have always been told that you are someone that you either have too much energy, you're a wild child and no one can keep up with you, or that you're crazy. And I would bet the same people have told you both of those things. I would bet that you are an energy well, and I would bet that you give way too much of yourself. And in the last 9 years, you have gone back and forth between being someone that has amazing idea after amazing idea after amazing idea and exhausted. I would bet that you go from this crazy high amount of energy, go, change, shift, move, change, shift, move, to completely exhausted on the floor and just barely crawling along. Does the word parasite mean anything to you? I'll elaborate in a minute, but before I do, does the word parasite mean anything to you? Possibly. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. This last karmic cycle, this last 9-year cycle has been for you different than other people. At the beginning of this live stream, I talked about how these karmic cycles and these 9-year cycles, we all have some of the same things that happen, right? We have moves, we have changes in our job, we have, relationships, we have family, we have people that pass away, we have new people that come in. We all have these big things, okay? Yours has been different. Yes, you've had those things, but that's not what the cards want to talk about. The cards don't want to talk about all of those things that everybody else has had. The cards want to talk about all of these changes and the movements that you've gone through. They want to talk about you shifting from the crazy high energy to just obliterated. I don't really need to ask if you are neurospicy because I can tell from the cards that you are. The reason I ask if the word parasite means anything to you is because I also want to ask about night terrors and or sleep paralysis and or, all of the things that go along with that. Do I think you have some crazy attachment? No. Do I think that you have something that has taken an interest in you? Yes. And do I think that this something that has taken an interest in you at first was a crazy attachment? Yes. Do I think that that has spurred you to become this crazy energetic powerhouse? Yes. I think that that was always there. I think that this amplification of your own energy has always been there. I also think that you amplify the energy in other people. Whatever that person's strongest driving emotion is, you just being around amplifies it. So this is why you have people that, friends, family, etc., that when they see you, it's like a party. They're so excited, they squeal and they hug, you know what I mean? And you guys have a great time until you just crash. This is also why you have people that they just instantly are mad. And you don't know why. You were having a good day. You're having a great week. Everything's wonderful. And you get around them and suddenly their anger is through the roof. And then you get mad and you have to walk away. Leave them alone. What's up, Miss Joy? How are you? This is why you have people that as soon as you come around, that scared the crap out of me. As soon as you come around, they change. Where the person, the other people that are around them are like, They weren't like this 5 minutes ago. They weren't like this then, or whatever. It's not because you're a mirror, because you're not. It's not because you're a generator, a shield, whatever else you want to call it. It's because you have this amazing way of amplifying all of the energy around. You just happen to amplify emotion, the driving emotion for somebody. This is also why people get nervous around you. This is also why people, I don't think that they get, I don't want to use the word addicted. I think at first it's almost like an addiction, and then it's like they want to protect you. It's an interesting shift, because usually people that can amplify other people's energy, people get addicted to that. But I think this growth and this wildling energy that you have, I think over the last 9 years, you have spent half the time in this crazy just move and shift. Actually, I think 2/3 of the last 9 years. Crazy move, shift, change, go, 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 like not sitting still for a moment. And then the other third of the time has been you just cut off communication from people, and you know, sit in the bathtub for 3 hours or whatever it is. I think that you've probably wondered a lot over the last 9 years what was wrong with you. Like, why can't I have this energy all the time? Why suddenly am I exhausted? Why is this? I think that you have had this crazy up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I'm not turning that other line over yet. Destruction. You get curious. Abaddon, which is pestilence, corruption, and malice. The death card with the destruction. The explorer. Girl, you are not supposed to be where you're at right now. And I think that me just saying that, I think is confirmation. Yes? Fate. You can't make this shit up. Destruction. Corruption. Death. The explorer. Fate. Mindfulness. And leadership. All right, here's where I get onto you. You're in a slow-moving divorce. Here's where I get onto you. Stop holding yourself back. Stop holding yourself back. I understand being in a slow-moving divorce. I got divorced during COVID. I 100% understand a slow-moving divorce. And I was so scared at first, I was so scared to do things, to continue this change and shift and move, not moving across the country or anything like that. But I was so afraid. I was so afraid. I would start making plans, Miranda. I would start making plans to move, to shift, whatever it is that you want to do. Whatever, if I asked you right now and I said, if you could do anything, I don't care if it's moving, if it's working for this company or that company, I don't care what it is. You already have for January. So this is confirmation then. Because this has already happened. You have already shifted into this new 9-year karmic cycle. You've already shifted into it. Like there's no upcoming. You've already shifted into it. And I think you've already been there for about 2 months. When you have this shift planned in January, you need to look at what kind of a leadership role you're going to take on. Not with family, not with kids, not with anything like that, but I legit feel like this is with other people. Either, like, I don't know what you do for a living, but this is with other people, whatever this leadership position is. It's not being the boss of all these people. It's guiding people. It's helping them find their space. Because it came up with mindfulness as well, and this explorer aspect right here. Stop it. You're graduating social work and starting a one-on-one therapy practice. You can't make this shit up. So you understood everything I was just saying. And you're sitting there with a huge grin on your face, am I right? Knowing that you have been making all these decisions and that everything I'm telling you is just confirmation for everything that you've already put into motion. Yes, ma'am. First of all, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Going through school while you're in the middle of a slow-moving divorce, while you're in the middle of a divorce period, is hard enough. To graduate and to start your own practice and to have this amazing jump forward, I'm really proud of you. I'm really, really proud of you. I felt the need to pull one more card. That's the versatility card. Be open to a lot of different things. You should be very proud of yourself. You should be really damn proud of yourself. That's not, graduating school is not a small feat. That's the versatility card. Make sure that you're ready to be very versatile in your leadership, in your moves, and where you're going. Miranda, okay? Are you grinning ear to ear right now, just knowing that the fate card is right there? That the explorer card, that rebirth, that... Are you grinning ear to ear? Definitely. Good. Good. That makes me happy. Don't lose this wildling energy, Miranda. Don't lose that wildling energy. Look at how many damn cards. That was a lot. All right, I'm sliding down on my pillows, so y'all get to hold on for just a minute. I gotta fix my phone books. I gotta fix my phone books. We're all proud of you, girl. Don't let anybody stress you out. All right. Michelle M is next. then. All right, Michelle. You got to have half the deck. You got to have half the deck. I will get this downloaded and onto YouTube for you guys. Tomorrow, okay then. Tomorrow I should be up on YouTube as well. Thank you. All right then. Leave that right there. That almost was a hopper. All right. Try to scoop these over without jacking them up. You have the Morrigan, which is anticipation, introspection, opposition. Then you have Dare to Dream, upside down. Then you have Passion and Karmic Justice. And I find that interesting because the Morrigan is also a revenge deity. She is the weaver of fate. She is a revenge deity. Let's sneeze. So karmic justice works in both ways. It's not just bad. It's not just bad. So, Michelle, what this tells me is that this karmic cycle has sucked. I think that the first 5 years of this last 9-year cycle, thank you guys, the first 5 years, so 4 years ago, has sucked. It has been extremely hard. It has been extremely taxing. It has really pushed you to the limits of what you can handle, I think physically and mentally. It has almost broke you repeatedly. And I think that there's been a lot of people that have done everything they can to break you on purpose. And I think in the midst of all of that, especially for that first 5 years, you have somehow managed to keep your chin up. You have managed to always be kind. You have managed to always be a light in the universe for other people. And I want to point out again that karmic justice, that the universe sees everything you do. And in the moment, some of the karmic stuff may not seem like the people that are doing all the really, really bad shit are getting theirs. And I want to remind you of this. One of my favorite terms to use in magic is the slow burn. I don't want you to just get karma right then when you've done something. I want you to think that you've skated away. I want you to get everything you wanted. I want you to do so great that you feel the need to rub it in. I want you to do so fantastically that you are on cloud 47, not just cloud 9, cloud 92. Because I would like the rug yanked out under you completely. So not only do you fall on your face, but you got to fall down 100 stories as well. The slow burn is one of my favorite things in magic. Good, solid, strong, very scary, amazing magic is not instantaneous. I wanted to remind you of that, Michelle. I wanted to remind you of that. I want to look at the last 4 years. You had 2 fall out like this. The one underneath, of course, is Abaddon, and it's sideways. And then Anubis on top of it, which is preservation, neutrality, and obligation. So you had pestilence, corruption, and malice sideways. So somebody over the last 4 years has kind of there has been a stop put on some of the stuff that they've been doing. Or that they were doing. And then you have the revolutionary, withdraw, and knowledge. I feel like you turned yourself almost into a monk. I said that on purpose. I used that word on purpose. Because I think that in the last 4 years, the people, the one person in specific, one person specifically, words, that had been the biggest part of this bullshit. We're looking at 9 years, okay? This is the last 4, and this is the 5 before that. So in the 5 before that, the person that was the worst with all of this shit, that you wanted them to have their karmic justice so bad right then, they have had this like pause put on them. They're still doing good, but it's just like flatlined. They're coasting right now, and they're still eating it. They're eating it up, right? They're still, everything is great. I'm fantastic over here. They're still pulling that bullshit, but they're not doing this anymore. They've done this, and now it's just this flat trajectory. You, in the last 4 years, have turned into this neutral being, and I've said that way on purpose. Because there are some times when you're like, okay, I need to do this and this and this and this. And you have these revolutionary ideas, and then you withdraw yourself. And I don't think you withdraw yourself from the ideas. I think that as you're having these ideas, you withdraw to think them through. And I think that you've been really worrying about overthinking ideas, plans, movements, etc. You've been stressing, am I overthinking this? Why can't I make a decision? I'm going to say this. This knowledge card right here tells me that no, you are not just overthinking everything. That the need that you have to withdraw and really plan out these revolutionary ideas while this person kind of sits pretty right there. Knowledge is power. By taking the time and stepping back and overthinking everything, I'm going to put that in air quotes, overthinking everything, that's all planning. That's all knowledge. Before I turn these cards over, I'm just going to say this. I feel like you're literally on the precipice of this 9-year cycle being over. I would not be surprised to know that the end of your 9-year cycle is tomorrow. Maybe Monday. I'm just saying. Lilith, which is hunger, animism, and instinct. The Leper King, which is bravery, self-discipline, and faith. And then Set, which is short-sightedness, ambition, and narcissism. The Creator, upside down. The Sovereign, whopper-jawed upside down. And then Destiny, you end with the fucking Destiny card, my girl. Remember how I just said that knowledge is power? And that you've been sitting here overthinking. this is the time you start to walk away, Michelle. Whoever these 3 people are that this represents up here, the one that's very narcissistic, overly ambitious, and very short-sighted, the one that is very, I'm going to say, faithful to themselves, very self-disciplined, very brave, always holding their head up in the face of adversity, and the one that acts like an animal all the time, only works off of instinct, doesn't ever really pay attention to how anybody else is feeling. Walk away. This next week, you're going to have the opportunity to see a lot of creations that some of these people have put into motion fall. You're going to have the opportunity to see their crowns get crooked. Not maybe in this their whole world shatters kind of way, but the crack in the dam. You're going to start to see, in fact, we're going to liken it to that. You're going to start to see all of those little cracks in the dam. And you're going to see it as plain as day. I would say one thing and that's it. You don't have to give them warning at all. But I would say one thing, maybe to some of the people around them or people that you still care about that you don't want to see hurt. Like, hey, this is, I don't like that, that doesn't look great. That doesn't, whatever. I think that you need to maybe say one little thing and then walk away. Because this destiny card right here, these cracks, they're going to say, oh, you're overreacting. Oh, that's dumb. Nothing like that's ever going to happen. Just walk away. Just walk away. Because as you're walking away, they're going to give you a hard time and they're going to laugh and they're going to make fun of you and all of that's going to ramp up again. And then when that dam breaks, you will be on high ground and you will be fine. Nope. Mods, can one of you guys pin Camille's comment? Let me just say this, guys. I'm going to pause in Michelle's read for just a minute. In my opinion, in my time on TikTok, since early 2020, we're going on 6 years that I've been on TikTok. Anybody that has spellcaster, love worker, doctor, love and stuff, whatever, y'all use some discernment in who you follow and who you deal with. I'm just saying. Okay? I'm going to finish Michelle's and then I want to say something else to you guys about that. This destiny card, Michelle, and this slow burn right here, you're meant to be sitting up on that high ground. You're meant to be sitting up on top of that mountain when that dam breaks. You're meant to be sitting up there eating popcorn. I'm just saying. This is the start of a brand new karmic cycle for you. And I think that you're going to look back and see where over the last 4 years, the universe has been protecting you in an amazing way. and just keeping you safe, just kind of pushing you over here. So all of these things you've kept to yourself for quite some time because of the narcissism. I hate that. And I'm glad that you have been keeping to yourself with the withdrawal. So you understood almost every bit of this. You understood every bit of this. Yeah. So this was confirmation for you. I love that. I love that. That makes me happy. The reason that I had one of the mods pin Camille's comment is so you guys can go follow her. Camille is my friend from New Orleans that is an amazing reader as well. You are welcome so much. Make sure you have the good popcorn. Making sure you have the good popcorn. As I'm getting ready for the next read, I want you guys to think about something. A lot of these spellcaster accounts and so on talk about their, bring the X back and so on and so on. And I want to remind you of something. The Sass is next. I want to remind you guys of something. And I do have people ask all the time if we do love workings, if we do obsession workings or whatever. If you are so insistent on bringing someone back into your life that has proven to you that they don't need to be there, all you're doing is keeping yourself from the person that you're supposed to be with. The other thing I want you to keep in mind is this. How would you feel if someone did a love working or an obsession spell against you to make you fall in love with or be obsessed with someone that you hated? Or someone that is not, let's just say they're not a good person. And they hired someone to do a love working, an obsession working, so that you would fall in love with them and be theirs. If that's okay with you, then go ahead and pay some unscrupulous person to do that. If that is not okay with you, if it's not okay that someone does that to you or your child or your sibling or your parent or your best friend, then why would you do it to someone else? I'm just saying. Someone said I would feel assaulted. 100%. That's a violation of your free will. Apparently I need to do a video about it. Sass, ma'am, this is a way too many allot cards. Is there a way to protect yourself? Yep. Yes, I will 100% do a video, because for some reason about 2 or 3 nights ago, I was scrolling through TikTok and I was looking up something. I don't remember. It was a sound of all things. I was like, that's funny. I'm going to save that because I want to use it in something else. And you know how at the bottom it gives you like a keyword or whatever? And it was like obsession spells. I was like, wait, what? And I clicked on it and I'm like, let's just see this. What in the actual fuck? I come across all these people on TikTok teaching other people how to do obsession spells. Only one said, make sure that you undo this, that you burn it when you're done with it. Or it will continue working, and this love working will turn into an obsession. And I watched all these other people that were doing these obsession workings and burning them, so there was no way to undo them. Yeah. I'll do a video because that's... Here we go, Sass with all the cards, not just one, all the cards. An obsession spell is wrong. It's wrong. People that want to do obsession spells, that tells me that they've never had a stalker. That they've never had a stalker. They've never had to live in fear that there was somebody outside their house while they were sleeping, while their kids were playing in the backyard. They've never had to live in fear that that person could try to break in their house, that person put a tracker on their car, that person follows them around. They've never had to live in fear like that. All right. The matriarch: rejection, opportunities and consequences. The keeper of whispers: curiosity, madness, and forbidden knowledge. And I want you to notice that both of these are the same colors. This is a very balanced masculine feminine. A very balanced masculine feminine. The universe. Paradox. And healing energy. All the circles are not lost on me. The only card that does not have a circle on it is this one. She doesn't have a circle, but he does. The circles are not lost on me. Your karmic cycle has gone in a 6-year, 3-year split. For the first 6 years, you kind of felt like everything was going the way it was supposed to. You had this really interesting, odd cycle that would go, I would say probably every, I'm going to say 6 to 7 months. This cycle. Where you would feel like the universe was taking care of you completely. Everything was great. And then there would be this weird, I'm going to use the word madness on here because it's curiosity, madness, and forbidden knowledge. This weird madness that would kind of creep in a little bit. And it wasn't so much like, oh, Sass is crazy. It was like this weird little voice that when everything was perfect or seemingly perfect, it would be that weird little voice that was like, but is it? But what about this? What about this? And then you would start to see those things happen. And that's where the paradox comes in. So for 6 years, you lived in this cycle like this. where everything was good. I'm not saying it wasn't. Everything was great. But every time that paradox would pop up, every time you would actually see that paradox, it's like the cycles were like this, and they would go up a little bit and up a little bit and up a little bit, and the cycles would get smaller and smaller each time every time they moved up. And to be honest, I think with these cycles, the way they went, it was almost like coasting. Osiris, and I want you to notice the yellow as well. And this one is the same symbol as the matriarch. It says acquisition, responsibility, and commitment. Circle, share wisdom. The sage. Circle. Wisdom. So out of 2 decks, you have a wisdom card. And the elixir of life, which has half circles. So in the last 3 years, it's funny, Osiris has a full moon. In the last 3 years, let me back up to this break right here. At the end of this 6 years, there was a complete break. A complete break. Where once you came out of this break, you looked back at that 6 years and went, I don't want to do that anymore. You just had this moment. It wasn't during the break. It wasn't immediately after the break. It was probably a couple of months, 3 months after this break, if that makes sense. You had this moment of, I don't want to do that anymore. And that's where this rejection came in. That's where this paradox came in. That's where this healing energy really started to ramp up. And then in the last 3 years, you have gone through this. Here's what's really funny about this, is that while I'm reading for Sass, I already know what all this is because we've been friends for a few years. The acquisition, the responsibility, the commitment, etc. This has nothing to do with your job. It has everything to do with this break and with you making a commitment to you. Making these acquisitions and gathering this wisdom and gathering all of this knowledge. And I said knowledge on purpose. Knowledge and wisdom are 2 different things. Anyone can gain knowledge. You have to really pay attention to wisdom. Wisdom comes with experience. Knowledge comes out of a book. Wisdom comes with experience. Wisdom comes with really taking a hard look at your life, at where you've been, at why you've been there, at what that taught you, what it didn't teach you, what do you still need to learn. It's looking at every single aspect of every single thing. Over the last 3 years, there has been a couple of different things that have popped up. And the main one is difference. How different you are from this person or that person or this person. Whereas before, when you were in these cycles, you felt like, oh my God, we're the same, we're the same, we're the same. But after that moment, these people that you would see all the time of, oh, I'm just like you, we're best friends, we're this, we're the same person, etc. You suddenly saw the difference between the two of you. And I think that these last 3 years have weighed really heavily on you. And I don't think that you have said a word to anybody. You've been paying attention to how different you are from other people. The Sage card is interesting, and I want to talk about that for a minute. People always think of, when you hear the term, the sage, as it describes a person, a spiritual person. People think of a sage as a guru or whatever, but it's not. A sage is more like Mr. Miyagi. A sage is somebody that they don't need to sit there and write a book and have a bunch of lectures and, give you all this written stuff for you to study. And a sage is someone that's hard to find. A sage is someone that they're hard to pin down. A sage is someone that they watch. They watch more than they do. They watch more than they talk. They watch more than anything else. And then they act. And I think that you have shifted from these cycles into more of a sage mentality. Not because you don't like to talk to people, not because you don't like to do stuff or travel or, whatever. Not because of that, but because of that shift. I think the end of your 9-year karmic cycle is coming up in December. I keep getting December, and I think that it's probably right around the beginning of December. Hades, I find it interesting that this is the first card up here at the top that has not been these deep yellows. And I think that it's funny that is the wisdom card. Out of the 3 decks that I'm using, in one line you have the wisdom card from 2 decks, and the first card in the other is wisdom. Inevitability, wisdom, and equanimity. Then you have the death card, the explorer card, finding love, and blessed day. And cards that don't want to cooperate. You will meet a tall, dark, handsome stranger. No, I'm just kidding. I think that December is going to be another massive shift. I think that when your karmic cycle, when this 9-year cycle, yours starts over again, you're going to see that these last 3 years were training. Was a complete training ground. It was you being able to unpack all of these cycles so you can go back to cycles from the previous 9 years. But this is a really, really intense line. Inevitability, the death card, the explorer card. Those are 3 really, really intense, powerful cards. Hades is interesting as well in the top of this line because he is the one that in Greek mythology not only rules the underworld, but is in charge of all of the people in the underworld, all of the souls. Do they go back? Do they stay? Do they get a job? Do they, what do they do? It's not just Because in Greek mythology, there's not really heaven and hell. There's the underworld, and Hades is in charge of it. And I find it interesting that he has a golden apple, golden opportunity. I think that in December, there's going to be a decision that you have to make. And I think that this decision has to do with the Explorer card. The decision is the Death card here. There's a part of you that is going to have to change and shift and move, pivot, whatever. There's a part of you that cannot stay here. Right now, this line right here, we're going to scoot that line over. This line right here, this last 3 years that you've been in, I don't want to say they have started to get comfortable. I think there's been a lot of things that you've seen, that you've experienced, that you've gained wisdom on. And you're realizing this elixir of life right here is not in any way what you ever thought it was. This Death card represents a major shift. A major, massive, mega shift. And it's going to appeal to this explorer aspect of you. You're going to have to decide. Actually, I don't think you get a decision. And looking at the inevitability just caught my eye. I don't think you get a decision. Whatever this is, this shifting from all of this, you don't get a decision. And I think in the moment when this happens, I think that there's going to be an intense amount of fear and an intense amount of excitement at the same time. And I think that that is where this finding love card comes, because I don't think, just because of the other two things here, I don't think that this is you finding the person of your dreams. I don't think that that's it. I think that what this has to do with is this shift. I think that, like I said, this shift is going to be scary as fuck and exciting as fuck at the same time. And I think that once that shift happens, that is when you find this love. That is when you have, like, this blessed day comes up. I mean, hell, maybe you win the lottery. I don't know. We're going to manifest that. We're going to manifest that. I think that this is such an intense change in December. I almost feel like this is a cheat sheet. This has been training for it, and this is a cheat sheet. I'm going to be petty for just a minute. I saw Alicia's comment. It's the first time I'm seeing a reader that actually takes the time and explains so patiently. First of all, thank you so much. I appreciate that comment more than you realize, Alicia. I appreciate it very much. I'm going to tell you why. Just my end, I've been reading professionally for over 12 years. Like hundreds of people a week reading professionally for over 12 years. The vast majority of the people that you see on TikTok, now notice I didn't say all you have to do is watch them for just a minute and you can tell exactly how long they have been reading. If they have to pull out the book that comes in a card deck and read to you out of the book, then they don't know their cards. I'm going to say this with my entire full fucking chest. They don't know their cards. If they're using a deck that has everything printed on them to tell them exactly what to say, they're not taking the time to learn cards. The decks that have everything printed on them so you know what that card means, it's to help you learn those tarot cards. They're not meant for you to use them in readings. Unfortunately, with the rise of witch talk and all of that stuff, there are a lot of people that only see it as a way to make money. They only see it as a way to, I don't know. And they cheat. They don't know what these cards mean. If they pull that card, the Sage, I have seen people read with this deck and pull that card and tell people to sage their house. The Sage is a person. Sage is an herb. I have watched too many people just get into this and con other people for money. Every deck that I have that I read with, I think that this is my newest deck, the Talisman Oracle. I got it in New Orleans a year and a half, 2 years ago. And before I ever pulled it out to read with it, I sat and read that entire book. I pulled these cards for myself for a long time before I ever decided to read with them. There are a lot of people that are very unscrupulous, and all they see is people that are, I don't know. Guys, before you get a reading from anybody, myself included, listen to that person read. Listen to that person read. Sit and listen to me read for a while. Let me read for several people before you ever decide that you're going to give me the money that you busted your ass to get. Listen to Joe Bob and Spirit Caster, Dr. Love and stuff, and all of those people. Listen to them before you ever give them any money that you busted your ass to earn. You can tell really quickly if someone knows their cards. Watch how they're doing. If they have a card come out that's upside down, do they turn that card over because they don't read cards upside down? Then they're not a reader. I'm going to say that with my entire fucking chest. If they don't know what a card means sideways or upside down, then you're not getting the correct read. Because if this card comes out upside down, this is the knowledge card. If it comes out upside down, that means something completely different than right side up. Y'all pay attention to all these people, myself included, before you spend your hard-earned money. I have said that for a decade, and I will continue to say it. Pay attention to that person before you ever order a reading from them. I have come to the realization, it only took me about 2 years of reading professionally to realize that I don't want to read for everybody. I don't. It sucked to realize that I am not the reader for everybody. I don't like to sugarcoat stuff. Am I going to be hateful and mean? Absolutely not. But like with Sass, this death card right here, that's a major, mega, massive shift. Am I going to be like, well, there might be something coming up in your job or like with your relationship because of the love card? No. Am I going to be like, dude, this is a huge fucking thing? Yes. There's a difference in being honest and being tactful. There's a difference in being professional and perpetuating the stereotype of spiritual people. So before you give anybody your hard-earned money, listen to them read. Make sure that is someone that you vibe with their style, that you vibe with how they're talking, how they're conducting themselves, what they're saying. Make sure that they're not telling this person one thing and this person the same thing and that person the same thing, but giving them all conflicting advice. Or giving them advice that you know is incorrect. I'm just saying. Pay attention, guys. I love the internet. I love social media. I have been on social media since it was a thing. I used to help people build their social media accounts when that was a thing with Facebook and all that stuff. But I hate it at the same time, and the amount of miscommunication and misinformation and the amount of people that take advantage of other people. There's a reason, because I saw someone ask about, that I should have a list of readers and so on. I would never, ever want to do that, because A, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person. But B, that implies that if I don't know someone, or if someone is not known to the people making that list, that they're not a good reader. Everybody does have to start somewhere. Like, everybody does have to start somewhere. You do. I got my first deck of cards when I was like 8. And I kept them in my room. I didn't show them to my friends. I didn't tell my friends I had tarot cards. And I grew up right outside of Denver, in a very liberal place, in a very liberal neighborhood. I didn't tell my friends. I had friends that had cards. They showed me their cards. I didn't tell them I had cards. I'm just saying. I hate that people take advantage of people. And I, unfortunately, have had a lot of people try to use me, use my name, use whatever. I don't know who the fuck they think I am. I don't know. They've tried to use me to get ahead on TikTok or on all this other stuff, on these other social medias and so on. And the minute I see someone doing that, it tells me that you're not a good person. If you're trying to use somebody else for clout, you're not a good person. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? So just pay attention, guys. And I want you to remember, you can also look at somebody's content, listen to them talk live, listen to their videos, and you can tell if they know what they're talking about or not. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. The spiritual aspect of life is what I do for a living. I surround myself with it. Everything I do has a spiritual meaning. It's what I do. I live it, breathe it, eat it, sleep it. That's why I know my shit. That's why I know my shit. I don't know everything, and I'm always learning new shit. But I've been doing this a very long time. I've been doing this a very, very long time. Sass, I know that I paused to be petty for a minute, but do you understand what I'm saying with all of this? Do you understand? I want to talk specifically about this 6-year time frame right here. How many circles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you want to know how many cards have a circle or how many actual circles? 10 cards have circles. I lied. 11. Ten circles in the first row. 4 in the second. 5 in the third. So 19 total. You're welcome. Exactly. So again, 10. And if you numerologically pare that down, it's 1. Okay. Okay. I was just making sure. Okay, that's for tomorrow. That one's for that. That one's for that. I hate this that I can't see online on the computer, so I'm having to go through each different one. Suzie W is next. And I don't know if my list is sold out for today or not. It's December. I don't think you should be worried. I think that it's one of those things that I think it's just going to be a moment. And when this moment happens, the person on the other side is going to be expecting you to either fall apart or freak out or be upset or whatever. And then you're going to be over there giggling. Like, I think that's, I really do. You're going to be over there kind of giggling, like with that Mr. Miyagi smile. Does that make sense? That's what I think. All right, Suzie. I'm going to read for Suzie, and then we're going to have a bathroom break. Like, you already know this is coming. And I think that even before you get to that, I think that this is... Okay. You already know it's coming. And I think you're going to know even beforehand. And I think when this happens in December, that you're going to be like, son of a bitch. No, we literally put those on the wrong deck. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys so much. Just a gentle reminder, even creeps don't like creeps. Just saying what I'm saying. All right. Ready, Suzie? This is a Golden Empress card, Miss Ma'am. Miss Ma'am. Potency, confidence, magnetism. And then you had the Explorer card come out upside down. This last 9-year karmic cycle, you had to make a lot of hardcore decisions on giving up your dreams for happiness or success or whatever. You had to make a lot of hard decisions. Then you have concealment. Of course you do. And confidence. I love that you have confidence twice. You know what? I feel like this was your entire last 9-year karmic cycle, that this is what's going on and that this is what's coming. Because I feel like your last 9-year karmic cycle was all about you having to play tit for tat. Does that make sense? All right, well, if I take this decision, this job, this house, this car, if I do this, then either you had to look at who is going to be mad. What's the trade-off? Like, you have had to look at, oh God, you have had to look at everything as a trade-off. I feel like you've given up a crazy amount of your dreams and goals. I don't feel like the last 9 years have been necessarily horrendous. I feel like they've been okay. Does that make sense? I feel like they've been okay. I don't feel like they've been horrendous. I mean, everybody has life shit that happens, but I feel like you have had to give up a ton of goals, a ton of you. And at the same time, with that golden empress up there and the confidence, you have always managed to maintain keeping yourself upright and standing up tall, and you have really been concealing a lot of who you actually are. It's almost like you've been a superhero that's been like, you've been Superman, but you've had to be Clark Kent the entire time. You've had to like really pay attention. You can only be Superman like this much because all of this has to be Clark Kent. And when you were allowed to be Superman, then you had to hide that it was you, like super hide. The thinker. This is knowledge, instruction, and reinvention. Then the sage card, which we just talked about. Connect to heart. And then the elixir of life. This is what's going on right now. I feel like you're in a transition. That this over here has been your entire 9-year cycle of you giving up so much shit. And I think that at first you felt like giving up some of these things, dreams, goals, hopes, wants, etc., you giving up some of those things, you in your mind, you rationalized it like, okay, well, if I give up these things, that takes that off my plate and I can just chug along with this. Like I think that you really paid attention to what you were making this decision with and against, and looking at, okay, this is safety. If I make this decision and stay over here, this is safety, if that makes sense. Now you're in this. And I think that this has already lasted about 2 to 3 months, and it's going to last another 3 months or so. This reinvention, sage, connect to heart, and the elixir of life. I think that if most people would call this a midlife crisis, most people would be like, oh, well, Susie's really having a big crisis right now. You don't want to stress her out. I think that there are people that are acting like they have to walk on eggshells with you, that are acting like they have to really, that they need to warn everybody that you're having a break or like, and I don't think that's the case at all. I think what the case is you have finally looked at all of the decisions that you have made and said, you know what, this is bullshit and I'm not going to do this. It's not just setting boundaries. It's you finally getting that anger inside about giving up so much of Suzie, about giving up so much of who you were. It's funny because how I have this card set out, reinvention is the only thing that's not like reflecting the light back in my face. Knowledge and instruction are there, but like the light's covering them. So I just keep seeing that reinvention. Suzie, my advice is going to be to embrace the crazy. Embrace the crazy. Embrace that sage. Embrace those dreams and those goals and those hopes and all the things that you put aside. You didn't leave them behind. They're still there. Y'all, it's never too late for you to change. It's never too late for you to pick up goals and hopes and dreams that you had that you let go of for somebody else. It's never too late for you to say, you know what? I'm now going to do this. It's spot on, but actually expressing myself and finding myself. It's never too late for you to be something else, someone else. I despise when people say, well, it's too late for me to do this. No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care where you live. It is never too late for you to change who you are. If you want it bad enough, you'll do it. If that is really important to you, if becoming this or that, or living here or there, or going to school or whatever, if it's really important to you, you will do it. Suzie is doing it. Suzie is connecting back to who Suzie is. Suzie has, it's almost like you are still searching for this elixir of life and realizing at the same time that you already have it. But you're still searching. It's so funny. I don't know if you're like going and gathering up the lost pieces of Suzie, but I want you to remember this, Suzie. Like I just said, if someone wants something bad enough, they'll do it. You want it bad enough and you're doing it. And so all these people in your life that are telling you, oh, well, you really shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't do this, or you're too old for this, or you should have done this years ago, or whatever. I want you to actually feel bad for them. I do. I want you to feel bad for them, because that right there tells you that in their mind, in their mindset, they will never be more than they were. Not than they are, but than they were. Those are the people that feel like they peaked when they were 14 or in high school or at 21. And it's been like this. They will never be anything more than what they are. And they can't understand that if they want to make that change, they'll make that change. Let them say whatever they want, because they're going to anyway. You are making the changes that Suzie needs to make. You are doing, becoming, etc., everything that Suzie needs to become, do, be, etc. They will never understand that, and that's okay. You can't force them to understand that. And I want you guys to hear this old ass saying every time somebody tells you that you can't do something, that you're too old, that you should have done that years ago or whatever. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Everyone wants to give you their input on what you're working towards and how you should do it differently. I'm not saying don't listen, because you never know when someone is going to pop out one sentence that's exactly what you needed to hear. However, whether you take their advice or not, whether it resonates with you or not, that's completely up to you. No one can tell you what to do, and you can never explain to someone why you have to do what you're doing. You have realized that you can do whatever it is you want, be whoever you want. They haven't realized that yet. Does that make sense? I think that this has already been going on for like 2 to 3 months. It's going to go on for the next 3 months. I can't wait to see this part. You have Abraham, which is truth and justice and duty. Set, which is short-sightedness, ambition, and narcissism. Movement. Everybody, I love the movement card. Get wild. wisdom, and divine guidance. So in the card that's short-sightedness, ambition, and narcissism, we're going to talk about the ambition. Because of this right here, and because of the movement, the wisdom, the divine guidance. I feel like you need encouragement. And so I'm going to give it to you. I think that the things that you're doing right now, the decisions you're making, the ideas that you have, the dreams that you're chasing, the knowledge that you're gaining, the things that you're striving to learn and do and be, I think all of the things that you are doing right now are needed. I think every single one of those you absolutely should continue to do. And I think that because of this divine guidance card with the wisdom right here, I think that everything you're doing now and everything that will continue to be done within the next 3 months is getting you ready for this. Because movement, get wild, like those are two very intense cards. Those are not just, well, you know, you might be able to move to a bigger apartment. No, this is like, let's move to Africa. Let's move to Tokyo. That is like that kind of movement. It's not a little bitty, teeny tiny, you know, I might paint my bathroom blue. It's not like that. This is a massive, mega shift. And I think that this shift is almost like it's going to make up for all of these other things that you gave up a long time ago. Suzie, I 100% words. I 100% think that you're on the right path. I think you're doing exactly the right thing for Suzie. And I think that you should never let go of that ambition. Period. I'm proud of you. I think you're doing the exact right thing that you need to be doing right now. And I think that the harder you work, the less people are going to understand. And that's fine. And that's fine. I think that you're on an amazing trajectory. And I think the more that you delve into this and the further along you go, you're going to start to really see that trajectory. Once you get kind of above the clouds, you're going to be able to absolutely see that trajectory and nothing will hold you back. That's why I said we're going to talk about that ambition card. I'm proud of you, girl. Don't stop. Does that make sense? Suzie Poo. You are welcome so much. Send me a postcard from Tokyo. I'm just saying. I'm going to take a quick potty break. Y'all take a quick potty break. If you need a quick potty break, y'all got, it's going to take, my bathroom is not right outside my door. But we're all going to take a quick potty break. I'm going to take this with me so it doesn't scream. And I'll be right back. And you be right back. We'll all be right back. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. It'll be fun.
I bet I know where they are.
Oh.
Bet I know where they are.
I'm gonna get this pizza. Is that fine? Is that?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, what's that chicken bacon chicken?
Chicken bacon ranch.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Mm-hmm. From Mazzio's.
Mazzio's. Okay.
But I got pesto instead of Alfredo.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Here, I'll text you.
Thank you. And do you have a preference on dough or
chicken bacon ranch with garlic and pesto instead of Alfredo from Mazzio's Pizza.
So glad I waited until you came out. Wait until she comes out.
And it does have tomatoes on it, but you can take them off.
Okay. Tomatoes on one half?
I don't know if it'll let you. It won't ever let me put it just on half.
Alright. I'll put on here.
Those are all like that.
Alright, I'll call him. Okay, you gotta work. Bye.
So those of you guys that are my moderators and my friends that have been here, I have not made Camille try taco pizza yet. If you guys have not heard the story of taco pizza, I'm just saying. There's a place in Tulsa called Mazzio's that they have the best taco pizza, and it will spoil you, and you won't ever want to eat taco pizza anywhere again. It's so good. It's so good. But there's a joke because somebody accused me of bewitching people. I keep getting accused of that. And I'm like, if I knew how to do that, do you not think I would have like 10 million followers? Some TV deal? Do you not think that? Y'all are not smart. I'm just saying. All right, let me pull my guest list back up because I closed my phone out. But anyway, the taco pizza at Mazzio's is the best. Is the best. Just saying. Or stop it. Sass, Nicole, Christine, Scarly, Donna. Who else just had taco pizza? I can't remember. Yeah, the taco pizza from Mazzio's here in Tulsa is like top notch. Top notch. Every other place that I've had taco pizza at, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. All right. All right. All right. Tiffany Merriman is next. Now I'm hungry. I'm on a link tree for tomorrow. Okay. And I can't get in to finish this. Like, I'm going to have to completely... I don't know why Linda does not like the router here. Alaskan brat. We always end up talking about food on my damn live streams, and then we all end up hungry. Oh, thank you, Treasurected. I have a different link. Allie noticed it and sent it to me the other day. Yeah, I'm starving now. Yeah, I'm hungry. Spuds, I didn't have any issues. Well, I just couldn't sleep. Well, I'm not in Pennsylvania. I'm in Oklahoma right now. Yes, this is the new house. Oh my God, you don't have a Mazzio's anymore? Yeah, that cheesecake is all you. What's funny is I apparently make a really good cheesecake. I just don't like it. But all my boys, my ex-husband and Kirsten all love cheesecake. I'm still in the middle of moving. I'm going to show you guys something. Come on. Come on. I'm going to show you something. Hold. It's going to hurt you. Yeah. Yeah. I want you to feel my pain. I want you to feel my pain. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's not a little room of shit. You can't. Yeah. Yep. Yep. But Bear's happy, aren't you? Him likes it, aren't you? Everybody loves Bear. Bear loves everybody. And I still have more to move. You want to come in here with me? Come on, you can come in. Yeah, and I still have more to move. So I'm stressed out. And not that I just want to tell everybody my business, but the house I'm moving from, the people aren't really communicating or doing anything to help. So yeah. So I'm trying not to super stress about it, but I am super stressing about it. Yeah. I have so much shit. So much shit. Aw. Thank you, Rhonda. Oh, my nose is itching. Somebody's talking about me. I appreciate all you guys being so kind and so sweet. I had to cancel classes this morning because I'm wearing different lashes that I don't like, and I remember why I don't like them. They make me feel like my eyes are crooked, which is also why I'm wearing glasses today. But yeah, it's just been a lot. So I really, really appreciate that all you guys are being so kind and sweet about me having to move everything. Yes, Kat, I'm actually starting to feel a lot better. Last night was the first night we slept here. So I'm sure that me not sleeping very good last night, a lot of it was, I mean, it's a new house, you know, I've never slept here before. But the more, like, we've been moving a lot this week, and so we haven't been just sitting there in the house. And so yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Suzanne. I'm curious how everything starts to go health-wise. You know what I mean? I'm really curious. My nose is itching. All right. Tiffany is next. Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, some encouraging energy would be awesome, because I've had a U-Haul every single day this week, and we have made loads over every single day, and I'm still going to have to get another U-Haul. So for those of you guys that didn't hear about the old place, I'll show you. I took pictures today. So there was a leak. There's a floating floor in there that is, you know, there's concrete and then this gorgeous wood floor that was on top of it. And so there had been a leak where the plumbing was backing up and we didn't know it. I thought there was a gas leak. I called Oklahoma Natural Gas out 4 times, 3 times, 4 times, 4 times, because I thought there was a gas leak. It wasn't. It was the methane from this. So this is only part of the floor. And you can see that, yeah, it's cracking the baseboard. We've been tripping on this. You can see where this is warped all the way back up there through that. And this is actually digging into the foundation of that pillar right there. This is, I can stick my hand and the top of it comes to here. It's exactly what you think it is, because it's been leaking under there since before I moved in. So that's partially why we've all been sick as fuck. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, there are closets and stuff like that. There's a little den thing up front that you can't even open the door all the way now. It goes boop, 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 and then stops. I do, Lynn. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, this is not the new place. I'm moving right now. So yeah, this is the place I've been at for a year. So yeah, this is why, if y'all have been following me for a long time, then you know I've been sick a lot this year. A lot this year. Getting the fur babies out of there, Bear has been so happy. He has been so happy. The cat's been better. Zeus has been better. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot. Yeah, it's been a lot. Dude, I've been worried. Did you see that? I mean, if you think about it, that's been backing up underneath that floor for that floor in the hallway. The one I showed you where it was digging into the pillar, that has been lifted and lifting since I moved in. So it's been like that well before I moved in. I think so, Laura, because that floor was lifting when I moved in. So I'm yeah. We'll see. We'll see how they do. I don't know. My lease wasn't up until October, so I'm stressed. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. They're just gonna sand and consider. Yeah, that was what they said, that they're just gonna sand it down, and I'm like, I don't think you can sand that. Like, it's literally like this, and it's splitting. Like, I don't think you can sand that down. So yeah, exactly, Suzanne, exactly. So yeah, but let's read for Tiffany Merriman. So I've got Tiffany, and then I think only a couple more. No, yeah, Tiffany, and then 2 more for on my list for this evening, and that's it. So yeah. Yeah, I took pictures when they found the leak, and I talked to the plumber. The plumber was out there for 4 hours to try to unclog it. Yeah, Rhonda, everybody that has seen it is like, what the fuck? The movers tripped on it yesterday. I still trip on it. Camille like, even though we know it's there, we trip on it. It's insane. It's insane. So, all right. Ready, Tiffany? Thank you, Rebecca. It has not been horrible. It has not been horrible. Moving always is stressful, but it has not been horrible. You know what I mean? Aw, thank you, Corgi Mom. I appreciate that. Aw. Yeah, Christine has seen it. Scarly has seen it. Is that like, I think almost all my mods, except for like Brandon, Brett, and Donna, have seen it. Yeah. Yep. It's been bad. And usually I have felt really, really bad because when Scarly has come to visit me, she's gotten sick afterwards because we didn't know that was leaking like that. BBD. What you BBDing? Mm-hmm. I agree, Michelle. I'm so addicted to these fucking things. It's not even funny. The smokehouse ones. R&R, I have been. BBD, okay, I get it. I have been. I have a rug that I'm going to have to trash, and it sucks because it's a really cool big rug. It's trash. I can't do wasabi, Austin dog. That's all you. That's all you. All the wasabi. Mm-hmm. I can't do it. I can't do it. Wasabi's too much. I do love salt and vinegar pistachios. Wasabi. Ugh, wasabi cheesecake. You're wrong for that one. And that's probably a thing. That is probably a thing. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. My furniture seems to be okay. It seems to be okay so far. Because a lot of that, the stuff that was sitting right there close was like my grandma's curio cabinets. And thankfully the couches were on that rug. So yeah. Yeah. All right. Ready, Tiffany? I know the answer is yes, but you ready? All right. So we have Anubis, which is preservation, neutrality, and obligation. And then we can talk. Or I can get back on later while we're eating pizza and we can all just talk. And then you have take risk, ancestors, and cut ties. Okay. I feel like yours is different. I feel like you've gone back and forth between that and this for 9 years. I think it's funny that you have Anubis and then Osiris, because those are like two parts of the Egyptian underworld. So on one side you have obligation, neutrality, and on this side you have responsibility, acquisition, commitment, love, change. Okay. It is this one. Okay. Saw you first. Play. Self-love and trust. Okay. Your last 9 years haven't actually been that bad. Miss Tiffany. Your last 9 years haven't been that bad. You've gone back and forth between this kind of taking risks and cutting ties and self-love and change. You've had a very, very interesting last 9 years. I'm glad that I've looked at these both together. You've had a very interesting last 9 years. With this specifically, I almost feel like it's been like 1 year has been all about like risks, cutting ties, self-love, etc. And then the next year would be all about like gaining new things and, acquisition, responsibility, and making changes to, move those into your life. And then the next year it's about, taking a risk and cutting ties. And it's just been like this. It's been a pattern. I would be willing to bet, Tiffany, that if you look back over the last 9 years and you kind of made a list of all the changes, and start with like even years on one page and odd years on the other and just write down all the thing. You know what I mean? Write down all the different things and look at how everything has just kind of flip-flopped back and forth like this. The play card is interesting because when I pulled this up, I was like, that's funny. On this side, you have self-love, and on this side, you have trust. This pattern of this back and forth like this has been so... Let me see if I can word it right. So you can see... I'm going to say it this way on purpose. So you can see how you are. Sometimes we need a reminder that we're a magical motherfucker. Sometimes you need a reminder that you are a magical beast. My advice, Tiffany, I'm going to talk about this a little more, but my advice is going to be to sit down and open up a notebook. And on this side of the notebook, don't flip the page, okay? On this side of the notebook, do, the odd years, and on this side, do the even years, and write down the big things. I think you're going to see that pattern. And I think that you're going to find out that you're way more magical than you give yourself credit for. The universe does this. Oh, I left the door open and Vlad's in here. The universe does this crazy thing to remind us just how magical we are. Sometimes you don't realize that you have been manifesting every single thing that's happened to you your entire life. Think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. You have been manifesting every single thing that has happened to you your entire life. Now, some of you guys are, well, but what about, now I'm not saying that you manifested abuse, okay? I'm not saying you manifested a car accident. I'm not saying you manifested those things. So before you go there, I want you to pause, okay? I'm talking about jobs, opportunities, people, houses, moves, getting fired, breakups. Do you see what I'm saying? Not ever winning anything. Do you see what I'm saying? When you start to realize that, and I want you to look at how you used to manifest things versus now. How I used to manifest things versus now is night and day different. I used to be that person that was like, nothing good ever happens to me. Nothing good ever happens to me. I never win anything. And guess what? I never did win anything. And everything that happened, even if it was my manifestation where I was like, I really want this job, or I need this car, or I want my kid to do, you know what I mean? Like I want my kid to get a spot on the football team, whatever it was, whatever I was manifesting still wasn't good enough because I, in my wordy words, was manifesting that nothing good ever happens. I'm going to tell you what made me change. And it's the littlest thing. And it's always the littlest things that make us change. During COVID, well, right before the shutdown, I was going through a divorce and I was working. I did this full time at night. And during the day, I had a big girl job just for insurance and so on. And my boss came in one morning. And he had a whole bunch of ink pens in his hand like this, right? All these different colors. He was like, pick one. And normally, what color do you think I would choose? Blue, right? And there were two colors of blue. My gut was like, pick the red pen. So I picked the red pen. And he said, look at it. And they had like motivational sayings on it. Mine said, all you do is win. I still have that pen. I still have that pen. I have only written with that pen 5 times since 2020. Actually, 2019. It was the end of 2019. 5 times. I use it for manifestation. But that was the moment that I was like, oh my God, Oh my God. Oh my God. I sat there in my office the rest of the day going, oh my God, thinking about all of the things and how that fucking pen was right. The way that we manifest before we realized how to manifest, before we knew how to manifest. That's what I'm talking about, Tiffany. This back and forth like this was all things that you manifested. And again, I'm going to say no one manifests abuse. No one manifests that kind of shit, okay? No one manifests accidents. I mean, someone might try to manifest it or curse you with it, but let me say that again, okay? But Tiffany, I think when you look back over the last 9 years, you're going to realize that every bit of these things are things that you manifested, and maybe you didn't realize that you didn't manifest all the way. Because I think that that's the downfall. If you're not taught how to manifest correctly, and let's face it, like none of us really are as a kid. Maybe now we're teaching our kids to manifest correctly, but when you don't manifest correctly, it's like, and I've always told people this, well, for the last 15 years, I've told people this. You have to look at manifestation like a genie that will 100% fuck you over every loophole it can. You can't just say, oh, I need $200,000 because you just left that wide open. You might think you're going to win $200,000 in the lottery. That's not going to happen because that would be the easy way, right? No. Maybe you get that from an inheritance from losing somebody. That's what I'm saying. If you don't know how to manifest correctly, then that's what happens. So Tiffany, I think that your last 9 years have been this back and forth like this. And I think that by sitting down, I think that you're at the precipice of moving into this next 9 years, but you're in like a hold. I think you've been there for like 5 days. I think you have like a time like this in between your stuff. I don't think you ever have like this big long where some people might have a year, they might have 6 months, they might have 3 months, whatever. Yours is like a week. I think you've been in this holding pattern for like 5 days. And that's why A, you needed to hear this, and B, I can't wait to turn this other thing over. But I think by sitting down and seeing the things that you've manifested and looking at it and going, holy shit, I did manifest this job and I did manifest a new car. And I did, like, by sitting down and looking at all these things, I think that it's going to blow your mind. And I think you're going to realize just how magical you actually are. You can't make this up. This is the maestro. This is the master of inspiration. It's knowledge, understanding, community, ingenuity. And then you have Abraham, which is truth and justice and duty. And then you have destruction. And then you have learn the truth. And I love that those eyes look the same. I know they're not quite the same shape, but notice, I'm just saying. And that is a great horned owl on there. So for that to have a plumage like a great horned owl. Tiffany, I think that when you realize how magical you actually are, that's when you can move over into this. The destruction and the learn the truth. I want to talk about that because a lot of times people will see that destruction. You'll see people that, or when the destruction card comes up, you'll see people that are like, oh my God, the whole, everything is that's not it. Sometimes things have to be removed from your path so the things you're manifesting, the things you're working on can come in. If you already have a bucket that's full to the top, you can't put anything else in until something comes out. So you have to have something removed to put something good back in. People forget that. you might get fired from a job, laid off from a job, or whatever, and be really upset. That's destruction, right? And then literally get your dream job. Do you see what I mean? You wouldn't get the dream job if you weren't looking because you got fired or let go from the shit job. Do you see what I mean? Destruction is not always bad. Destruction is not always bad, but people think it is. To learn the truth. That has to do with this. That has to do with this. And I think once you see how magical you are, how powerful you are, I think you needed this reminder, and I think you needed this pep talk, because I feel like there's something big that you've been worried, a little nervous about trying to manifest, because you're worried that either you don't have enough magic to manifest it or enough personal power or whatever. And that's not the case at all. It's not the case at all. You just need to learn the truth about how powerful you actually are. And then you can plan the destruction. I mean, wouldn't you rather plan the demolition and the rebuild than letting the universe do it? I would. I would. I'm just saying. I hope that made sense, Tiffany. I know we kind of went off on some tangents there, but I hope that made sense. Take some time this weekend, maybe beginning of next week, and just look at your last 9 years. Write down the things that have happened and what you've manifested. And I think you're going to realize just how powerful you actually are. All right, let's see here. Alex. I have Alex, and then Zane is my last one for this evening. There's Alex. Okay. They just wanted to come out right like that. Let me see. Oh, Suzanne, I have you for the 9th itself. You're one of the lucky people that actually got one on the 9th. Oh, Melissa, I do have you. You're right. I apologize. I wonder why it didn't show me that until just now. Hold on. Christine or Sass or somebody, could you look and see what the hell is going on my guest list? I am only looking from my phone. Because it said I only had 10 tickets for tonight and that they're sold out. And so I don't know what's going on. Ooh, Phoenix. I can't believe those sold out that fast. Like, I can't sort and see who all is tonight. I'm doing Alex now. I did Amy. Angie has one on the 7th. I did Fran. Jennifer is on 9/9. Joanna. See, I have Joanna tonight too. But it shows that I've done, like, that I've already checked in 9 people. I don't know what's going on right now. Johanna is tomorrow. See, it says Julie is tonight too. That's more than 10. And Lindsay is tonight too. That's more than 10. What's going on right now? And Melissa M. What is going on right now? Stop it. Nancy is tomorrow. Phoenix is on the 9th. Rena is on the 9th. Sarah's stop. Sarah's on the 9th. Shannon is tomorrow. Susanna is the 9th. You're welcome for that, by the way. Shonda is the 9th. Suzanne is the 9th. And then Zane is tonight. So I don't understand. It shows 14. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. I don't understand why it's... Do you see what I mean? If it shows 10... This is where I hate Wix. This is where I hate Wix. And this is why I don't like doing it on my phone, because woosah. No, Mercury is direct. Mercury is direct right now. Does it show sold out on your end, Christine? That's what I'm worried about, is if it's going to keep letting people book when it... I'm worried. I mean, we can stay up all night. Y'all just get to watch me eat pizza, maybe fall asleep at my desk. It is what it is. That's exactly right. It is what it is. All right, here we go. Here we go. I love it, and I love you guys. All right, ready, Alex? Ow. Any of y'all that have nose rings ever do that? Itch your nose and the little break. What was the dog doing? And the little break like stabs you in the side. What's up, Sylvie? Thanks, Heidi. Yeah. We're just going to laugh and we're just going to go on with life. Here we go. All right, Alex. Yeah, the 9th sold out really quickly. Those of y'all that got a ticket on the 9th, I'm not going to lie, I did not expect that to sell out that fast. I didn't at all. Here we go. I like that you only have 3 cards. The rest of them are not. The Prince, which is the Forgotten Adversary. Sorrow, Lost Valor, and Serendipity. Take Risk. And Creativity. I see why this one has a ton and this one only has 3 cards. These 3 cards have been like the overview of your last 9 years. Does that make sense? Healing, graciousness, and acceptance. Beauty, agency, and compassion. Reclaim. Dare to dream. And good luck. Girl, your last 9 years has been a lot. Jesus. Okay. The reason I say that that's been the overview. The last 9 years have been a lot. They've been hard. They've been long. There's been a lot of sorrow. There's been a lot of things being taken from you, whether it's job, relationship, friends, family, whatever it is. There's been a lot of things that have been taken from you where you kind of, all you could do was sit and go, okay. But at the same time, you've had this amazing creative streak. And you've had all of these intense risks that have come up that ended up being amazing things. So I see why this only had 3 cards and then these had a ton. Because over here, okay. Let me say this last row over here, over what's coming, is only 3 cards as well. I think that this karmic cycle, this 9 years, was really, really intense on purpose. I think that this was getting a lot of karmic things out of the way. I really can't wait to see that. The reason I think that this was getting a lot of shit out of the way is this good luck card here at the end. The dare to dream and the good luck card. I think that over this last 9 years, you have had so many things that you've had to just accept. And by just accepting it, I think that this is, it's like when we lose someone, when someone passes away. I don't know why that went off. It's not like it was on anyway. When someone passes away, you go through all those emotions. You know what I mean? You go through all the emotions of the sorrow, anger, grief. You know, you go through all those different things. But in the end, it's acceptance. Sometimes in the beginning, it's acceptance. You can be mad all you want. You can be filled with sorrow all you want. You know, you can, all those things, but you have to accept each one of those things. You have to accept, A, that person is gone. B, that you're angry, you know, that either angry at the universe that they're gone so soon, or that you have to accept that you're sad, that you're going to miss them more than you thought, or whatever. It's the acceptance part. And I think that because of that, you have had this amazing creative aspect because you've seen the beauty in all of the acceptance. You see the beauty in that sorrow. You see the beauty in when things are taken. And I know somebody out there is like, "What? How is there beauty when things are taken?" There is. There's beauty in everything if you look at it. Some of y'all are going to think about that sentence for a while. There's beauty in everything if you look at it. And I want to say this, and I want you to think about it in this way. How many times have you seen a video or a photo of a nuclear explosion in your life? At least once, right? Right? And when that happens, what did you think of it? It's terrifying because you know what it is and you know what destruction that caused. And at the same time, it's beautiful. When you look at the colors and the shape, do you see what I mean? That's what I meant. There's beauty in everything if you look. And I think that you have learned to look over the last 9 years. I think that serendipity has been an intense thing here lately, where either you see people on social media that you used to know and you're like, oh my God, or oh my God, I'm so glad they're doing so good. Or there's something serendipitous that is happening to you on a continuing basis, Alex, to the point that your mind is kind of like all the time. I think that these last 9 years have been very intense because they had to be. The Red Shepherd, just reward with the good luck card. Ask Bodhi and mindfulness. I'm just curious, Alex, how many times over the last, I'm going to say couple of weeks specifically, have you made the comment that you feel like you leveled up? Or have you had the thought that you feel like you've leveled up? Because the mindfulness, the evaluation, I love that this is also the respite card, so the rest card. You really zero. You haven't thought at all that you've leveled up. Not one single time. I'm going to need you to put the phone down. I'm going to need you to walk outside. I'm going to need you to come back in. I'm going to need you to walk outside. I'm going to need you to come back in. Maybe it's not time to hit. Maybe it's just not time for that to hit you yet. If you were to think back about what you were doing 5 years ago, at the end of 2020, what were you doing? If you were to think back 10 years ago, at the end of 2015, what were you doing? I'm just saying. Maybe the perfect serendipitous moment hasn't hit you just yet. I will say that the intensity of this last 9 years is doing this. So 2015 was struggling and 5 years ago was grieving. And where are you now? I'm just saying, where are you now? Upcoming, this is a rest. The last 9 years were intense. They were a lot. They were thing after thing after thing after thing. And I said thing because some of them were good and some of them were bad. Just over and over and over. And I think that going into this next karmic cycle, this next 9-year karmic cycle, there's a big rest for you. During this rest, I want to point out specifically the Ask Bodhi card right here. Make sure that your meat sack, Alex, is okay. I'm not saying I think anything's wrong. I'm just saying this is going to be a time for you to really start taking care of you and your health and so on. Yeah, absolutely. This is a time for you to really start taking care of you, looking at all of the things with you that when we get busy with everybody else, we forget about ourselves. We make sure the kids go to the doctor and the dentist and all the appointments, but we don't really do it for ourselves because we're too busy making sure everybody else is okay. So this is a time that you want to make sure that you're taking care of you. The Just Reward card, which is this one right here, this one is all about rest, looking back over these last 9 years and finally seeing all of that serendipity. I also love that the mindfulness card is right here. And one thing that I want to point out is this. If you look at the pattern on this card, this is the creativity card. And I want you to notice the flower of life. And I want you to notice the star in the middle, right? I want you to notice the intensity of that and the intensity of that star. So you went from this to this, this to this. This is why I said you leveled up. I don't think you realize you have. I mean, obviously, you don't realize that you have. I think all of this is just to tell you that this 9 years of just thing after thing after thing after thing is finally kind of winding down a little bit. This has been all of those levels over and over and over and over, and just one thing after another. And now it's time to be on that plateau for a little bit. I'm not saying you're going to be on the plateau for 9 years, but I'm just saying, like, the first part, this is a plateau. So a lot of times when we level up, then we hit a phase where everything just kind of like rolls smooth for a little bit, and we get bored because we've been in this phase over here for so damn long that it was thing after thing, and now it's nothing. So when you're in this phase where it's just smooth sailing for a little bit, just remember to look at all of these things back here. This was a lot, girl. That's a lot. I love that this ends with good luck. You're on solid footing right now. Now is the time that you can open those dreams back up. I love that you said neurospicy. It takes me a while to see progress. I get it. I think all of us, that's one thing. I don't mind being neurospicy. I like my brain. I like myself. I like my brain. But that is one thing that sometimes I'm like, bitch, you could tell somebody in an easier fashion. I'm just saying. Does that make sense, Alex? Good. By the way, I haven't moved those mirrors yet. They're still on a shelf in my office in the other house. I haven't moved them yet. I've got a box that I found yesterday that it's like a kind of a lock box that I'm going to put them in, because I don't want them coming apart. Dude, that was wicked. If y'all missed it the other night, I was doing some interesting scrying, and Alex had this crazy ass thing. How are your dreams, by the way? Have your dreams been better? It's just out of curiosity. All your suffering in those 9 years. No more goblins. I love that. I love that. I will make sure those mirrors don't come apart. Just saying. I'm just saying. I think that you're heading into a very calm phase, Alex, honey. Oh, I love that, Alex. I love that. Shonda, did you tell me to go home? Did you tell me to go home? I'm just saying, tell me to go home. All right. Zane is next. All right, Zane. Well, hello in Australia. I'm a little jealous. Y'all getting to see the eclipse? You are so welcome, Alex. I almost said you're so welcome. No sense. Made no sense. Nope. Okay. Wrong one. Ooh, that's not on that. Okay. All right then. Ready, Zane? It made sense for, all right. Zane starts off with Abaddon coming out swinging. Pestilence, corruption, and malice. Movement. Ask Bodhi. So you've been sick as shit. Okay. Let go. And success. This is now. Okay. Your last 9 years have been intense. Physically. Pestilence, movement, ask Bodhi, let go, success. So, Zane, what this tells me is that over the last 9 years, this karmic cycle, you've been sick as fuck a lot. Like every time you turn around, you feel like there's been something physically wrong. I would not be surprised to know that you feel like you have some crazy new chronic thing that isn't really a thing. I wouldn't be surprised to know that either you've had COVID a few times, sinus infections, cold, flu, whatever. It just seems like something all the time. I also would not be surprised to know with that movement card that there has been a lot of physical movement in your life, whether it's moving jobs, moving houses, moving cars, like relationships, friends. It's just like a constant movement. Like you never really get to relax and settle down anywhere. It's just like move. The Ask Bodhi card is why I said, okay, you've been sick a lot. You have pestilence, and then you have the Ask Bodhi card. I think that over the last couple of years, specifically, the last 2 years, you've really had to, I think 2 years, like not this last year, but the year before that. So 2023 into 2024, you really had to work really hard on letting go of shit. And I think that some of the shit that you had to let go of was people, but a lot of habits, mindset, etc. I say people first on purpose because I think that there was one person in particular, 3 people in particular. One person that was hardcore working on purpose with that malice to make sure that you stayed kind of knocked down. But you had 3 that fit this Abaddon bill right here. just the malice that they were trying to make sure that they, I'm going to say, inflicted on you on purpose. And then this last, I'm going to say really 8 to 9 months, because this is now, this card line right here is now. The last 8 to 9 months, you've realized that you've had a lot of success with overcoming health shit, overcoming habits, overcoming the malice that these people are still trying to inflict on you. I'm sorry, man. Those last 9 years have just been rough as fuck. Rough as fuck. This is now. The Morrigan, which is the Weaver of Fate. This is anticipation, introspection, opposition. She's also a revenge deity. The Surrender card. And finding love. Okay. I think that this is where you are right now. And I think that this is like, I keep getting to number 3. I think that this is 3 months. I think you've been in this for about a month already, where you're going through a lot of this introspection. You realize that you've healed. You realize that you're getting better, that you're feeling better, and so on. And I think that you're to the point that you're finally seeing I don't think why you had to go through these things, but who you've become now. The surrender is interesting because when we go through a really intense time of introspection, and we are really looking at where fate has put us, fate, destiny, whatever it is you want to call it. When you really look at where fate has put you right now, it is a surrender. It is a surrender in realizing that sometimes the universe puts us where we need to be, that we don't always get to control everything, that we don't always get to be the one in charge. We like to think we are, but we don't always get to be the one in charge. And I think that you're at a spot right now where you have all this introspection going on and you're like, you know, this is exactly what needed to happen. Over the next couple of months, 2 to 3 months, I think that you're going to start going through some of this, the opposition aspect. Because before we completely surrender into anything, our human brains are going to fight like hell. Because even if we have made the decision, I'm going to move from this house to this house, you are letting go of this old house, even though this house over here is bigger, it's better, it's newer, it's prettier, it's awesome, right? But this house over here, even if you hated this house, you still are like, yeah, but I mean, that means I got to move. And then like you start rationalizing why you should stay back here in the little thing. When you finally surrender and you're like, you know what? Fuck that little place. I'm going to move over here to the nice big new place. Do you see what I mean? Once you surrender and you're like, yes, this has to happen. That's when this love aspect comes in. For you, I think it's actually a better relationship. I really do. I think that this is actually a better person to help you see, and I'm going to say it this way on purpose, to help you see how shitty other relationships have been. Do I think that this is your person, your soulmate for the rest of your life? No. But this is a great relationship. This is someone that will show you what all of these other people did and how you were programmed to accept and expect that malice. And to be honest, with this new relationship, with this new, and I don't think that this is going to be anything that ends horribly either. I think it's going to end up just being like, we're actually probably better off as friends. Or I don't think that in any way this is like an explosive. I don't know if that makes sense. This is what you're going into. Lilith, which is instinct, animalism, hunger, nature, and sisters. Cards, be nice. Done. Grounding. This card is by itself. Equilibrium. Thank you. I appreciate that. I see why you had to be over there. What you're going into in this next 9-year cycle, Zane, is actually who you are. It's actually who you are. Instinct, nature, ancestors, grounding. This is you really coming into your magical era. A lot of times, especially with this equilibrium, that card is separate. I put it on there and I was like, yeah, that doesn't work out. So let me change it. This is you really coming into who you are. Really, really coming into who you are. This is you connecting back with ancestral paths like DNA and, finding out, oh my God, I am from here. And no wonder I've been doing this and this my whole life. Or no wonder I'm drawn to this practice because it's in my DNA. It's a lot of instinct. It's a lot of magic. It's a lot of, you're going to have to really, really pay attention to your words, pay attention to what you're putting out into the universe. When people say, you get what you put in, that's not just, will you be nice and I'll be nice. That's manifestation. You get what you put in. If you're constantly being a shitbird, guess what you're going to get back? If you're constantly manifesting shit that's only going to serve you, that's only going to make you better or fuck over other people, guess what you're going to get back? Now, I'm not saying you need to manifest it. Everyone wins the lottery. Everyone, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying because if somebody manifested that, then we'd all win like $1, which technically that would have been correct. But you have to be careful what comes out of your face when you're in your magical era. And that's what this next 9 years is going to be, Zane. It's you catching a break. It's you catching your equilibrium. It's you finally feeling whole. It's you finally feeling magical. So you have to be really careful about your thoughts. You have to be really careful about your words, about your actions, everything. And I know that when I said thoughts, some people are like, well, what do you mean thoughts? Why do I have to be careful about my thoughts? Because what you think, you become. There's a reason that's my favorite quote. What you think, you become. You may not realize that you're thinking about fucking someone over all the time. You're thinking about cheating all the time. You think about it enough, you're going to act on it. I'm just saying. Zane, I think that this next 9 years coming up is fantastic. I think it's going to be an amazing growth for you, growth of energy. I think you're also going to see all of these things back here, even though this last 9-year karmic cycle has been shit. I think you're finally going to start to see how magical life is. Does that make sense? I don't know if Zane's here. I was watching. Or trying to watch. Well, hi, Zeus. Zeus has been in there on the bed. All right, so let's see. I know I have Melissa and Julie. Am I right? Oh no. I'll get it downloaded and up in the morning. So I'm gonna do Melissa and then Julie Booley. Julie Booley. I know you've never been called that ever in your life. Ever in your life. Let's see. Is that Christine, Lindsay, and Joanna? Thank you. I was like, I knew there were other people. All right. So we'll Melissa, Julie, Lindsay, and Joanna. Got it. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, it's showing I checked in 11 people and you're telling me, oh, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. You're welcome, Zane. You're welcome. I may have to have you tell me again here in a minute, Christine, because my brain hurts. My brain hurts. I think I'm going cross-eyed. I'm hoping that I can sleep this evening. I'm going to take a hot shower. All right. Why do I feel like there needs... No, it's right there. Thank you. I love these glasses. I have a lot of them. I saw you in there and then you went back. Thank you. All right. Three now. Okay. Reason why. Got it. So if you look back at the karmic cycle that we're coming out of, Melissa, this is the first part of it, the first 3 years. So this would be 2016, 2017, and 2018. Y'all watch me shuffle. That's Abaddon, Pestilence, Corruption, and Malice. The universe. Girl, you felt like the whole universe was against you. Holy shit. And Banish a Curse. Dude, those years were tough. You legit felt like the entire universe was against you. I find it interesting that you have Abaddon, you have Corruption, Malice, and then Banish a Curse. The middle 3 years, which would be 19, 20, and 21. The Leper King, the Sword of Law, which is bravery, self-discipline, and faith. And then Boundaries. And then Overcome Fear. And then these last 3 years, which is Hathor, Communication, Culture, Meditation, the Creator, and Luna. I understand. Okay. So those first 3 years that I was talking about, that was what really flung you into a spiritual awakening, wasn't it? I think that at the beginning of this 9-year cycle, you started having all of this heavy shit happen. And I think that there was something, I don't think it was one massive big thing. I think it was 3 things. And when I say massive big, I mean like, I don't know. I feel like this was 3 kind of medium-sized things that just all happened like back to back. Whether it was like someone passing away, an accident, serious health problem, whatever it was like back to back to back. And I think that that's what, in those first 3 years of this last 9-year cycle, I think that that is what threw you into a spiritual awakening. And I think that's why you felt like every single thing that was happening in the universe was against you, that the universe had this malice against you. And I think that no matter what you tried to do with the Banish a Curse card, no matter what you tried to do in those 3 years, it felt like nothing ever helped. Nothing ever fixed it. Like it just felt like it just sucked. It just sucked. And then I think that as you went into that like 4th year, you got this, I want to say backbone. It's not that I think you didn't have a backbone then. It's just that whenever things just hit over and over and over and over, it's like chunks being taken out of that backbone. You know what I mean? Until you just feel weak. Like you just get to the point where you're like, I just don't want to do this anymore. Like this is bullshit, you know? Because think about it. Even a steel pipe will bend. If you damage that steel pipe enough, it'll bend, it'll break. So if you had a steel pipe as a backbone and it just kept taking hit after hit after hit after hit, eventually it's going to break. Eventually it's going to be damaged. Eventually it's going to fall over. And I think that's how those first 3 years felt, is that you felt like it was just hit after hit after hit. And then going into that 4th year, there was some amazing jolt. And I don't know if this is when you really started to kind of pay attention to your own spiritual self, if this is when you really started to realize that you were in a spiritual way. I don't know what happened. But as you went into that 4th year, into like 2019, I think that you really started to gain a lot of faith in who you were. You started to gain so much faith in Melissa that you started to overcome all of the fears that 3 years had programmed you with. Because you can't take hit after hit after hit and not start to get severe fear of everything of life. And so I think that those middle 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021, I think that those were when you really started taking care of you, paying attention to boundaries, overcoming fear, telling people to fuck off, like really absolutely standing up for Melissa. You know what's really funny? I've only known a handful of Melissas. Every Melissa, I'm not wagging my finger, I'm sorry. Every Melissa I've ever known, the ones that I've known, every single one of y'all has gone through this. It's almost like if you name your kid Melissa, they are guaranteed to have a time in their life that life just beats the shit out of them for a hot minute. Like every Melissa I knew as a kid was like the sweetest kid. I'm not kidding. I had 2 friends named Melissa in junior high and high school, and both of them were like the sweetest, most awesome girls. Like I'm actually still friends with both of them. And both of them went through a point where it was just like the universe beat the shit out of them for like 2 or 3 years. I mean, maybe Melissa is synonymous with an intense spiritual awakening. I don't know. But I will say this. The 2 that I know, that I've known for a very long time, are phenomenal people. They are. They're phenomenal people. They would do anything for any of their friends. They would do anything for their families. But they will also tell you to fuck off if you step over their boundaries. I'm just saying, Melissa. I think these last 3 years, you have hardcore fallen down the magic rabbit hole. The Luna card popping up and the fact that tomorrow is a full moon. We have full moon energy tonight. I'm just saying. The creator energy, the culture, the meditation. Like, I think that even though those first 3 years of this had beat the shit out of you, and then you started to get these boundaries, and now you're on this spiritual, like, I think the last 3 years have been amazing. And I think that you have felt magic over the last 3 years. Of course, it's the mindfulness card. It's funny, I drew this card and set it here at the bottom of this, and I understand why. Because without having, and I'm going to put it to you like this, so I hope this makes sense. Without having those first 3 years and all of the bullshit and all of the problems and all of the pain and the universe just beating the shit out of you. Oh, I love you too. Without having that, you wouldn't have needed to set the boundaries. You wouldn't have needed to have that intense self-discipline for you. You wouldn't have needed to overcome the fear of that shit because you wouldn't know to fear it. And without overcoming that fear and setting those boundaries, you wouldn't have found your personal magic. All of that leads to this. All of that leads to this mindfulness. One of y'all want to go ahead and block that one? Thank you. I figured one of y'all was gonna get that one. You got some balls on you, boy. All right. This is where you're headed. This is your next 9-year karmic cycle. And here's the thing. With you, where everybody else, I've been like, all right, this is this time frame or this time frame. I think that with you, you can decide if this is tomorrow, if this is on the 9th, if this is in December. I think that you can decide. I think December's too late, to be honest. I think that it's your decision. I think that this karmic cycle is ready whenever you're ready for it. And I think that right now, before I turn these cards over, right now, you have the opportunity to decide. I think if you wait longer than like 2 weeks, I'm just saying, the universe is going to make it for you. Ooh, wrath, instability, and suspicion. Versatility and rebirth. I'm not angry about that. At first, I was like, really? Really? Wrath and instability and suspicion? But versatility and rebirth. I don't think that the wrath goes with this. It does a tiny bit, and we'll talk about that why. I don't think suspicion goes with this. I think the instability does. Sometimes instability, the reason I say that is because of the versatility card and rebirth. Rebirth is never like, let me plan to have a rebirth and, it's just like, let me plan to have this gorgeous spiritual awakening. It's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Rebirth is never like, I'm going to plan it out and it's going to be a Pinterest. It's going to be all on Pinterest and it's going to be great. It's not the way it works. Am I saying that your next karmic cycle is going to be shit? No. Am I saying that your next karmic cycle is going to be intense? Yes. I think that if you choose how this rebirth goes, then it'll be awesome. And by you saying, you know what? It's 999. That's when I'm going to start it. That's when this rebirth has my permission to start. That's you being able to control it as much as possible. I think that if you wait and you let the universe decide, I think that's when the instability is too much. I think that that's going to be like an intense trajectory. I have a feeling that you've been manifesting a rebirth. I have a feeling that you've been really pushing hard for a rebirth. And I think that it's a fantastical thing. I'm just saying. This is the universe telling you that you can plan this rebirth when you're ready. I would do it on your terms, and I would look at the numerology of the next few days, and I would find the perfect time, and that's exactly what I would do. You magic shit. Does that make sense, Melissa, honey? You are very welcome. All right, so Julie Poo. Julie Poo is next. Okay, Julie. We just throwing stuff. That was too many, or I would have just spread them out. That was too many. Ma'am. Okay, I see you, Julie. I love you right back. Is Julie here? I'm just curious how spicy your brain is. Because I'm having to do everything in a very specific way. All right. So in your karmic cycle, this right here is the last 7 years. Well, the first 7 years of this last 9 years. This is the last 2, but this is 7. Ooh, I almost dropped a card. The Golden Empress, which is potency, confidence, and magnetism. And El Shaddai, which is wisdom, paternalism, and kindness. And I love that that is a very powerful feminine and a very powerful masculine. And then you have share wisdom and death. Okay. And then you have grounding. Okay. So those first 7 years of this karmic cycle were very, very intense. They were very, it's funny, they were intense. They were intense, but balanced, but really, really balanced. When something bad would happen, something good would happen. Like everything was really, really balanced like this. What I love is the share wisdom and the death card together, because every time you would have a level up, an epiphany, something would like blow your mind and you'd be like, what? And you'd be telling people or so, right? Even if you think that people are not listening to you, when you are sharing these epiphanies, when you are sharing this amazing thing that you had realized and so on, you were also going to someone else. You were also making sure that they had that epiphany as well. And it's really, really interesting. I know that 7 years was very crazy with the back and forth. And you felt like you were always being pulled in a taffy puller, right? Something good would happen. Something bad would happen. Something good would happen. So, like you just felt like it was always like this. But what it was doing is grounding you. And let me explain that. A lot of times in our path, we go through phases where everything is good, like we're coasting along. And then everything is bad and it's just shit. It's just one thing after another. And sometimes when you're in a taffy puller like that, You don't realize that, let's just say if you have 2 years that are bad, that's all you think about is the bad, right? Even when good things happen, and they can be massive good things, do you really pay attention? No. If you have all these really good things happen and there's some bad things that are really, really bad, what happens? You really just think about the bad. So if you're constantly having these things that are helping to balance you out, let's say that the universe started doing this and then started balancing you out, eventually you're grounded, right? So that first 7 years of this last 9-year karmic cycle, Julie, was doing everything it could to help you balance back out like this. The last 2 years, I want to look at this. And this is that creator card that fell out. You have the Queen of Shadows, which is wrath, instability, and suspicion. And then you have Thanatos, which is completion, support, and expediency. Then you have the creator card. And good fortune. The last 2 years have been really interesting. And when I say this, I think that you're probably going to be listening to me and being like, I don't know about that. But I want you to listen. I want you to hear me out. I think the last 2 years have been really, really good for you. I think they've really been, I think they have words been really good to you. And here's why. Wrath, instability, and suspicion. Completion, support, and expediency. The bad and the good. Just like before. The good and the bad and the good. Without anger, without wrath, you're not going to end something, are you? Most people have to get angry and upset before they're ready to end something. Most people need that anger to leave a toxic job or a bad relationship, move out of a house, sell a car. You have to have something that happens that makes you really, really angry. So then you're like, you know what? I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Am I right? Without instability, you don't know that you have support. When you have a time in your life where you feel like you are severely, like the universe is not helping you out, you feel like things are not stable in your job, in your house, in whatever, when you feel like things aren't stable, that's when you find out where your support is it not? When you go through a lot of turmoil, some really bad shit happens, you need help with stuff. Think about the last time that you moved. You found out really quickly who your friends were, didn't you? Didn't you? When someone very close to you passed away, you found out really quickly who your friends were, didn't you? When you got hurt, you found out really quickly who your friends were, didn't you? Without that instability, without that issue, you don't know who your support is. People can say all day long that they'll support you, that they'll help you. I'll be there in a heartbeat. If you need to move, I got you. But do they show up? If anything were to happen, I'd be right there. But do they show up? I know way too many people that they have gotten a cancer diagnosis and their spouse has left them. Most of us would not dream of that. Most of us would go, oh my God. I know 3 people in the last 5 years that have gotten a cancer diagnosis and their spouse has left. The spouse that promised to love them till in sickness and health, etc. You don't know who your support is until you have the instability. And when you're suspicious about something, what happens? What do? If you're suspicious about something, it then becomes an emergency, right? Expediency. These last 2 years, Julie, have shown you this creator energy that if this happens, this happens. If this happens, this happens. And I think that this good fortune card right here, if you really think about it, that the universe has brought you, it grounded you really hardcore, and then it brought you, who is your support? Here is that anger. Here is that fuel. I think that these last 2 years have been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. When you really step back and think about it. And when I'm telling you guys, even if I'm not reading for you and you're listening and you're like, yeah, but it's bad and bad and bad and bad. If you only pick out the bad things that have happened, then yeah, it's going to look like shit. Do you not think that I could go back over the last, 5 years, 10 years and look at just all the bad? Of course, we can all do that because we're programmed to look at the bad. If y'all are really curious about what should change, could change, is changing in your life, go back and look and see what the good and the bad have been over the last 2 years, 4 years, 5 years. Be honest. Be honest. Oh, I got divorced and that was really bad. But was it? But was it? I lost a job is really bad. But you have a better job now, so was it? I'm just saying. Then you have Erewhon, the master of the great hunt, which is authority, natural balance. He's also an underworld deity. And then you have Morgan Le Fay, which is atonement, growth and deceit, movement, and the elixir of life. I love that the elixir of life has come up in this part over here several times this evening. You can't make this shit up. Julie, I think what you're heading into as far as this training has been concerned over here, because I feel like this is what's going on, training. I think you're headed into a time of movement. I don't mean that in that it's, going to be a complete upheaval, but the natural balance, the growth, the movement, the elixir of life. I think that you're headed into a time of upward movement, upward mobility. And I think that this is going to be a very, very amazing, intense time in your life. A very amazing, intense time. And when I say intense, I don't mean in a bad way. I think that this is going to be intense in an amazing, epic way. An amazing, epic way. I think that your next karmic cycle is going to start probably within the next 2 to 3 months. I don't know if you'll get a say in when it starts, but I think that you're going to I don't think you're going to know exactly when it starts. I think you're going to realize when like the second or third good thing in 2-3 weeks has happened, big good thing. And you're going to be like, holy shit, I'm into this next karmic cycle. And I think that is exactly what's going to happen. You should be really, really excited going forward, Julie. I think that this is going to be such a fantastic new beginning. I almost said new job, but that's not, I don't want you to think it's work related. Just because of all this training over here. The other thing I want to point out is both of these are Celtic deities, and I love that they popped up together. I'm just saying. I love that they popped up together. Hope that makes sense, Julie. I don't know if Julie's here. I haven't seen her answer. Who else do I have, Christine? I may have to do them first tomorrow. I'm getting a little shaky. Joanna and Lindsay. Joanna and Lindsay, are you here by chance? If they are, I'll just see if they mind if I do them first tomorrow. And if not, I'll just message them and say, you get to be first tomorrow. There's Joanna. Are you guys okay with being the first two tomorrow? I'll be on at 5, so you'll be at like 5 and 5:15, 5:20. Yeah, that was right. My brain has had a short out. I will also be live on YouTube tomorrow too. So if you can't be there at 5, it will also be on YouTube tomorrow. Awesome. I don't know, Treasurected. I don't remember if I have it scheduled or not. It's kind of going to depend if I can get Linda to work. But I'm going to get off here and go eat because I'm actually a little shaky. I love you guys. I missed you. I missed you. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. At least once, if not twice. And thank you, Joanne and Lindsay, for letting me do you guys first tomorrow. All right. I love ya. Y'all go have a good rest of your Saturday.